at the Ippta conferences 3 times. Proficient in business development planning for the paper industry. I would now like to introduce and invite Mr. Cyril, currently serving as a production manager for packaging and coating in Archroma, master's degree in chemical engineering, experience in production, sales, and business functions in the chemical industry, served coating, adhesive, and construction market in Europe, Africa, and Asia. Living and working in Asia since 2001, based in Jakarta, Indonesia. I would now like to introduce and invite Professor Rajeshwar S. Mache. Mr. Mache is Chief Scientist and Head Food Packaging Technology at CSIR CFTIR Institute with 32 plus years of experience in food packaging technology. Leads food packaging project with industry interface and plays a pivotal role in 75 plus industries sponsored project for technology development and implementation. Known for creating unique solution for food and packaging industry, leveraging a strong technical background in engineering and extensive research experience. Valued member of various committees like FASSAI, BIS, and journal editor boards, with publications and book chapters reflecting rich scientific affiliations. Innovated in smart and active packaging with oxygen and ethylene sandwich, milk and meat spoilage indicators involving small scale industries and startups. Facilitate collaborative research between the food packaging industry and the lab of fostering innovation. I would like to invite Dr. Shubhang Bhardwaj. Mr. Shubhang, scientist, B Central Pulp and Paper Research Institute, Saharanpur. PhD in Polymer and Process Engineering, MTech in Packaging Technology from IIT Roorkee, Saharanpur, BTech in Chemical Engineering. 10 years experience in the field of pulp and paper, veteran of paper making, surface sizing, and paper coating. Patent 1 submitted and published. A total of 15 research paper, 18 peer-reviewed SCI journals, 1 in peer-reviewed non-SCI journal, 6 in non-peer-reviewed journals. I would now like to introduce and invite our next speaker, Mr. P. Marimuthu, Journal Manager, R&D and Technical Services, Shashashai Paper and Board Limited. Postgraduate degree in Chemistry, PhD in Polymer Technology from Algappa University, Tamil Nadu. Started career as Tamil Nadu Newsprint and Paper Limited, serving as research chemist for 20 years. I would now like to introduce and invite our next speaker, Dr. Tirth, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Applied Science, Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Total 10 years of experience, comprising 8 years of the renowned pharma industry such as Zydus Cadila Healthcare and Gujarat Floor Chemical Limited. 10 years of 10 years of teaching cum administrative experience. 5 patent, 4 US patent plus 1 Indian patent, 18 research papers, postgraduate student completed and research journey is going on. I would now request to the session chairman, please commence the session.
Hello. Morning, everybody. So to start, I think hall is 25 to 30% filled up. As the session progresses, probably we will have more filled up chairs. Yesterday, we listened to problem created by plastic, how this problem can be turned into an opportunity for paper making industry, how we can really regain whatever we lost to plastic. Although we cannot 100% replace plastic by paper, but we can reclaim quite a bit of it, and that is what we should be looking at. In yesterday's technical session also, there were a couple of solutions which were the paper were presented. Today, in my session, I think we will have more such solutions coming forward, which can really tap this opportunity. We are 15 minutes delayed in the session, but still we have got good amount of time. So we will keep 10 plus 2 minutes each speaker, 10 plus 2. So try to finish off within 10 minutes and 2 minutes grace. And probably we will still be left with 8 to 10 minutes of question answer session. Okay. So first to go, I would invite Mr. Chahal to talk about from plastic to paper, a sustainable revolution in food packaging. Okay, okay. Goel sir, thank you. I thought that I would conserve on time, but then yes, good to my team that they have got 12 plus 2. So 20% bonus has come through to us. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Yes. Thank you very much, Chairman Sir, for this opportunity. So, as the timer will start, within this 12 minutes, when I'll be speaking, we will be already generating more than 4 million disposable food packaging containers around the world. So, this is quite a big the quantity of the containers which will be generated within the my speaking session only. So, now what to do with this? So, as it's a new day, this is not working. So, let's start the new day with a new story. So I'll just give a brief introduction. As yesterday we have discussed with many of the panelists and the speakers that this is a big problem what we are just looking at right now. In the recent years, their environmental norms are becoming stringent because it's becoming a problem. It was no more such a huge problem 40 years ago. but now it became a problem. So we need to think seriously and want to get alternatives of these all problems. So there are many environmental impacts of this single-use plastic. So one of the thing is the food packaging, so which is contributing a lot of this single-use plastic applications, which cannot be recycled so easily because these plastics are going to the garbage, then to the oceans, then making another serious kind of impact. So the single-use plastic is not only affecting the cities, it's affecting the oceans, it's affecting the uh, all kind of our drainage systems, it's affecting all kind of the creatures in the fishes. And as yesterday it was discussed that in few years there will be more number of plastic bottles in the oceans than the number of fishes. So we need to take a conscious step right now so that we can avoid that situation and we can make a sustainable and a greener earth for our next generations to come. So, as the rise of paper-based packaging is already started in the industry because of this issues of the single-use plastics, which is creating a lot of problems. So the boards or the paper boards are trying to replace most of the applications. So we need to get the alternate solutions for this. So as we all know, why we are going towards the paper, as it's biodegradable, it's recyclable, and it's renewable rather than this plastic. So it also reduces the carbon footprint because recycling of the paper is quite easier than that of the plastic. So, looking at the health considerations also, the food which is packed in the plastic bottle, these bottles, containers, when it's reheated or when it is in contact with the plastic for a long time, it's giving the health hazards also, which can be eliminated with the alternatives from the paper products. So the carton boxes, this is one of another thing that as we are moving towards the more and more strength additives to in the board and the our secondary packaging solutions, so that we can replace the this plastic secondary packaging of plastic containers with the single this paper boxes. So the cartons, which can hold more the weight, which can sustain within the worst climatic conditions, in the wet conditions, in the moist conditions, that can be the alternative for the plastic packaging and all other things. So the boxes, trays, the paper boxes as can be the real alternative for the takeaway foods. Because what we are seeing is in some of the restaurants, even they are giving that the takeaway foods in the plastic containers, which are hardly recycled or reused. So these are going directly into the mixed waste, going for the dumping places. So if we replace it with this our alternative, the paper-based product, so at least if it's disposed, it is a chances that it will be getting biodegraded in the much shorter time rather than the plastic which is disposed in the landfills and all other places. So what are the different alternatives, or what are the can say the applications where we have already started using paper in place of plastic? So first is the wrappers, the pouches, and the other things which were for the sandwiches and takeaway foods. Earlier it used to be having the plastic coated or the aluminum kind of things which can be now which is now getting replaced with the paper-based products. Next is, as yesterday we were discussing, if we target the one application which is, can say, a low-hanging fruit, this shopping bag is one of the things. And nowadays, the consumers are ready to pay some extra pennies for this shopping bag if we are getting a good strength and good printability on that. The food packaging, other thing is, as we know, the marketing strategies, how the product looks, gives a lot of impact on the customer buying behavior. So if we make the attractive packaging for different products, food products, or other whatever the cookies or the sweets with the paper boards, so the people will be again more happy to buy these things and will improve the market share for paper industry in that. The straws instead of plastic straws, which we have already observed and seen at most of the places, now it's being replaced with the paper straws. Next, already I was telling that the takeaway containers from the this restaurants, that is again a big market. And yesterday we discussed different speakers told that the Indian curry is having the different kind of recipes, different temperature, even the pH and all these things. So we need to develop different kind of products for the different kinds of applications. So it should be the can say the localized solution with the international standards so that we can replace as much as plastic with that we can replace from the system. Next is the coffee mugs and the wrapping papers. Earlier we used to see that most of these plastic options were there for the wrapping materials, but nowadays it's becoming the paper based, even that the wrapping materials and the other whatever the material is being used for the decoration, it's also coming in the paper. So this is another good market for us. Next, all these things definitely we need the support from government in that, so that there is something that we need to use this. So if government gives some advantage to the paper industry, so definitely we can multiply these efforts. So I was just looking at this one of the surveys done by fact.ma. So as this the grease proof the market is going to grow almost double in next 10 years. So this definitely is coming to the paper industry. So we need to find the different alternatives of the things which are already banned, and we can so that we can fill this gap. So, and if we see this, Asia will be having one of the biggest market share in this increase, because now it's just becoming this can say the growing market in Asian region. So we are doing so many things, but definitely public need to support the industry, need to understand the concerns, then only we will be able to do it. So there were different surveys done with the different groups of public, and they were saying that definitely now they are thinking about the environmental impacts, health and safety, the hazards, and even they are now more ready to pay some extra if they are getting the recyclable or the disposable raw materials. So that is an opportunity for paper industry. So again, now the thing is, the public is ready to accept it, but now we need to give the solutions so that we can fill the gap, whatever the issues they are facing with the alternatives. So, looking forward, that what we can do for this is, because nowadays there were again some campaigns that even we are replacing the plastic with the this our paper-based cups or other containers, but there were a thin there is a layer which is again a plastic within the container. So, but there are different products available which are non-plastic or which are still biodegradable. So, there's a list of the products, the studies done with the different products. So, this detailed chart is available on page number 100 of the journal. So, I'll not take much time of this. Again, depending upon these biodegradable products, it's a perception that the petro-based products or these synthetic products are not biodegradable, but there are both the options available. Even these bio-based products are non-biodegradable, and some of the petro-based products are biodegradable. So we need to work according to the applications, according to the our whatever requirements, so that we can choose the suitable product for this. So again, means can say coming back to the topic right like this food packaging. So the waterproofing is the main challenge, and there are the products available with the market with different suppliers. But again, there is no standard product which will work for every single industry. We need to try the different products and want to get a suitable product for different pulp quality, water quality, and the application, whether it's a hot or cold application. So the oil repellency is the second challenge. As for the food packaging, most of the Indian food is being cooked with the variety of oils. So we need to take the combinations of like the oil repellents, waterproofing agents, the AKD or and the fiber so that we can get a final good product out of that. So again, there are different technologies available to apply these coatings on this by the spraying, by the this coaters, or with the soaking, submerging the paper in this. So the details are again available in the journal. I don't know how this gets translated to this, but so now coming to the, so it's becoming more local now. Yeah. The, for the conclusion, definitely the products are available, but we need to work as a collaborative from the chemical supplier, as a technology supplier, the product supplier, and the paper mills. We need to try different combinations. We need to take different trials and need coordination from both sides so that we can develop the more successful products for the replacement of the single-use plastics. And I think now the time is over, and as I was telling, we must have produced more than 4 million disposable containers out of that, and we need to get maximum share out of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chahal. You gave a good overview and then the complete matrix of the technologies available and barrier coating materials. Okay, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I would now like to invite Mr. Cyril Koemans. So he would talk about sustainable barriers for packaging, opportunities and challenges.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a good rest. Yesterday, we already talked quite extensively about the global trend to a more sustainable future and the challenges and opportunity this poses for the paper industry, including the paper industry in India. Yesterday, we also talked about that, I know I quote a speaker from yesterday, that we are the first generation who faces climate change, and we will be the last generation who can do something about it. Now, we all know that if we don't change our behavior, if we don't change the way we consume, the amount we consume, and the materials we use, we will need more than one planet in the next 30 years. Some estimates even say up to 3 planets are needed by 2050 if we don't change the way we behave at the moment. Yesterday, many times, ban of single-use plastic in India was mentioned, yeah, and there is a very strong need to find replacements for plastic. Oops. Now, those solutions, or I should say, in order to face those challenges and find solutions, it's important that all the stakeholders will have to work together. Yeah? In other words, the paper industry, the converters, the suppliers of chemicals, us as Acroma, the brand owners, as well as the machinery producers. Those solutions will have to be affordable. In the end, we have to be able to sell them into the market. They have to be fast. We can't wait. There are laws, regulations coming up. And also, as mentioned yesterday, the plastic industry is also not standing still and is also working on solutions with biopolymers which are sustainable. For us as Agroma, as a producer of chemicals, our aim is to move basically from multi-layer plastic, paper packaging with a plastic liner, to the third and the fourth dot on the graph behind me. In other words, as a first step, paper coating paper packaging with polymer coating, and as the ultimate goal, paper packaging with bio-based polymer coating. All that, of course, without that it costs the earth another way, all that without damaging our earth. Now, in this presentation, due to time constraints, I want to focus on oil and grease resistant barrier coatings. And I want to mention 4 examples of work done in our labs, which should make it easier for our customers to find solutions in replacing plastics. The number 1 example, an OGR coating which is developed in Europe. For example, our benchmark OGR coating was developed in Europe. Those products developed in Europe may not necessarily be the most suitable products for the local market conditions here. Yeah. In other words, we have to adapt and adjust products developed elsewhere within our company, if needed, to the local conditions. For example, climate conditions may be different, the machinery used, the scale, and. I think this is an aspect which is often misunderstood, yeah, underestimated, yeah, the importance of adapting global products to a local market condition situation. In this example, we actually compared our OGR, our benchmark OGR barrier coating, developed in Europe, with a product which we adjusted, developed, modified for the local Indian market. And without going into details from the graphs, you can see that the results are very similar in performance. And with regards to moisture vapor, even a bit better with the product which is modified for the local market conditions. Example number 2, blending chemistries. Now, what does that mean? It means not every customer has the same requirements with regards to cost, performance, and application. So is it possible for customers to sort of tailor-make their own product by blending in different ratios the different products from Agroma with different functionalities? In other words, this is like a modular approach, and it would give our customers much more freedom to have products which work best for their applications. One example, our OGR developed for the Indian market has excellent OGR properties, but it doesn't have a good sealing property. So is it possible by blending the OGR barrier coating with our sealing coating in order to achieve a product which has good OGR performance and at the same time good sealable performance as well? Now, again, without going into details, we did a lot of tests in our lab and found that for this particular application, a blend of 45% OGR with 55% of the heat seal emulsion gave a performance which is overall best in balance between heat sealing, OGR, water resistance, and water vapor resistance as well. Another example, 3, of blending chemistries. We have a broad range of water-based cross-linkers which are used in the paper industry to strengthen the surface. Yeah. Those cross-linkers can work with natural binders as well as synthetic binders. Now, how can these cross-linkers help us? In this case, how can these cross-linkers can help our customers in order to improve the performance of our coatings? And in this study, we blended our local developed OGR with one of our cross-linkers and tried to see what sort of amount is needed and how the impact is on different properties. And we did that at two different coating weights. Coating weight around 4 and coating weight around 9. Again, without going into details, we found that you can improve certain applications, certain properties, by incorporating 1% of our cross-linker into the product. Bio-based, a topic which was already mentioned several times before. This is a very exciting topic. Now, why is bio-based important? There are more or less two reasons for bio-based binders to be important. Number one, it makes it easier for the end product, the paper plus the coating, to be compostable and biodegradable. Number two, bio-based binders are using raw materials coming from renewable sources. In other words, those resources have a carbon footprint which is much different from raw materials which are sourced from naphtha or crude. Yeah. In other words, this not only gives you the opportunity to get paper plus coating which is more biodegradable and more compostable, but at the same time you can lower the carbon footprint of your product. I think carbon footprint is going to be in the future a more and more important topic. I'll give you one example. In Vietnam, one of our customers, and this is not for the paper industry, this is for the coating industry, they got a requirement from their customer, IKEA, one of the biggest buyers of furniture in the world, to start providing bio-based binders by end of this year with a bio-based content of around 16%. So this is not something which is only important in the paper industry, it's starting to happen in other industries as well. Acroma came out a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago, with the first bio-based binder with roughly 30% bio-based content. Now, often people associate bio-based binders with expensive, performance less than the conventional products. And that was to some extent indeed the case for our first generation of bio-based binders. Yeah. These binders had good OGR properties, but only with a short contact time. Yeah. However, we are developing now bio-based binders with up to 40% bio-based content. And one of those products from that series tested for kit, and we see that those products have a performance which is similar and even better than the performance of conventional OGR barrier coatings. Now, this is very exciting because here you have a product, bio-based, which will help you, number one, to make your end product more compostable, biodegradable, which will help you to lower your carbon footprint, but at the same time, it doesn't sacrifice the performance of your product. Another important property of this product is, and you can see that on the second graph, when we do the kit test and we do the folding, you will see that this product does not have a kit which is less after folding. So folding or no folding, the kit performance is the same. Now this is a very interesting property because it basically means that this binder is more flexible compared to conventional binders. However, and this is very important, it doesn't give the blocking. Yeah. Normally you would expect a more softer, flexible binder to be more tacky, yeah, softer, yeah. But in this particular case, you have a balance of properties, more flexible without being sticky, yeah, without giving blocking issues, etc., etc. Ultimately for us, of course, the goal in the future will be to work with bio-based binders which have 100% bio-based content. But we are not yet there, yet. Yeah. Now, conclusion, Acroma is already able to supply and provide excellent OGR coatings, number one. Number two, we know from our experience in dealing with customers that not every customer has the same requirements, cost, performance-wise, and others. And our blending chemistries are a way for those customers to make products more tailor-made for them. And number three, we will continue to push and work on bio-based binders into the future. Now, this is important, and now I will read literally from my slides. We continue to think ahead and work on products with a minimum environmental footprint so that we as Acroma can be your partner to a greener, safer, and more sustainable India. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cyril. You really brought out quite well how it has evolved and what is the ultimate target, 100% bio-based barrier coating solutions. And we are close to it, although we have not reached, but we are close to it. Good to know that. Thank you. Thank you once again. I would now like to request Professor Mache. He is Chief Architect of the entire seminar, and he would be talking about a colorimetric paper-based time temperature indicator for monitoring spoilage freshness of packed chicken meat.
So very good morning. Sir. Am I audible to the last? Okay. So a little different. I'll try to finish in the given time only, but I'll add something extra to this apart from what it is. We are from yesterday onwards we are talking about replacing single-use plastic. First, my submission is let us understand the strengths and weaknesses of each sector. And paper has a lot of strength. Can you look at the strength and try to find out some other place where you can play better? You can go on looking at that space, but can we see other space where you can have a good margin, you can play with the margin, play with your strength. So that is where I just wanted to see. You concentrate, there are very low hanging fruits. And if you can catch that, that can give you strength. So one of the things which I was looking at is, now if you look at the fruits and vegetable market in India, or even cut flower market in India, I am giving a couple of case studies which have worked with the paper industries, and how that can be a very, very useful proposition in terms of marketing. So as you know, if you look at the cut flower market, and the export is increasing with a CAGR of around 19.5%, and it's very huge. And if you look at the basic issue, what happens, Bangalore is a major hub for export of rose flowers, and majority of the flowers are exported from there. But the challenge there is, if you take the flowers, and generally they pack it into the corrugated board box or wrapped around it and stored at 4 degrees. Once you do that, in 10 to 12 days it can stay. But a lot of times there are challenges in terms of reaching in that particular time and marketing. So these people came to us to see whether we can have some solution. And the simple solution of just looking at it, we have developed the same material. You take a paper, on the paper we have incorporated bioactive compounds. And these bioactive compounds will not cost you much. It costs you in few paisas, and these bioactive compounds can increase the shelf life of the cut flowers from 12 days to 18 to 20 days. So that is where you look at it. They are basically a simple paper base. There is no, we can say, biodegradable materials. There is no paper-based material. I'm sorry, plastic-based material. They are chemical-free, no chemicals used. Then you will have, this is directly coming into the product. Now you look at this, the application of this can be extended to fruits and vegetables. And you imagine the retail stores, roadside vendors. You'd see, you go to the retail store, morning you go fresh vegetables, in the evening it is sold at 50% discount because by the evening it gets spoiled. And if you are able to intervene this with a paper and little incorporation of this, you can double or triple the shelf life of the product. And imagine the market. So this will be huge market. So these are some of the things which you can maybe double or triple the shelf life of the product. So how it is done is a natural extracts, put it on to kraft paper or any paper for that matter. I'm not going into details of it. Is not a paper dependent. It is basically a bioactive compound. This is impregnated and just that becomes a freshness keeper. And this freshness keeper you just keep along with the flowers or fruits and vegetables. It extends the shelf life. How does it do? See, look at this. How it does. You see, this is the roses, and then if you take the roses, just wrap. And we are not doing anything. If you look at the export, they use the same thing. We are incorporating bioactive compound in the inner layer. That's all. And once that is done, your job is done. So you can extend the shelf life of this product. So from 12 days, it can go up to 20 days. And what we have done, see, there is a problem taking something from the lab to land. We do very excited, we do some experiments in the lab, and then you say it fails when it goes to the land. So what generally we do, once we do proof of concept, we set up the same experiment in the factory, and then we do the test marketing also. So we have done this, and this can be used for across categories. It can be for the wholesalers, can be roadside vendors, or domestic floriculturists, and all that it can go. So now, look at the field level trial. We have done this at the field level also. These are the industries. So that means for you, we are giving the ready-made market also. We have contacted these many people across India, including, say, in and around Bangalore and also from Pune. We have done these experiments there. We have asked them to do the export trials also. And then the output is quite good and they are very happy. So we have now technologies. We have published. You can look at the publications also. You will get a fair idea. We have patent also. And these are the things where you get something as a value-added product. Now, this is in research terms, we call it as a technology readiness level. If you just do the proof of concept, it is working in my lab. So we call it as technology readiness level of 3. And 90% of them from 3 taken to 7, 8 or 9, it fails. Now what we do when we do hand holding with the industry, we take it to 6 level or 7 level. Now this is at level 6. That means we have done a sort of factory level trials, but if you do actual export trials for a long number of times, then it becomes a sort of a foolproof technology where it has a viability. Now these are, and coincidentally, the same technology just 1 month back was released by His Highness on the same place. So this is well received across the sector. Now, similarly, on the similar line, this was active, what you call in packaging terms as active packaging system. You are incorporating something and you are extending the shelf life of the product. Now we call it as a smart systems. In smart systems, what you are doing, you are trying to communicate to the consumer what is happening with the product. So this is another additional step where paper can be used for that purpose. So as you know, if you take a classical example is pasteurized milk. If you take pasteurized milk, after pasteurization milk you are supposed to store at 4 degrees, but generally it doesn't happen. Always it's put it on the open trucks and it is transported. And then in some cases what happens? Expiry date is for next day. You try now if you want to try. Expiry date is next day, but the 1 day early the milk gets spoiled because it's exposed to high temperature. Similar thing happens to the meat also. You will see in the meat business, most of the people who eat meat earlier was only holiday meat eaters, because you have to go to the butcher place and then freshly butchered meat you get it and then consume. Working day you don't have time to go. You don't have trust that somebody which is packed it will come to you, but now the things are a little changing. Here, to build the trust whether meat is fresh or not, this is an indicator developed which will tell you what is happening in the meat inside. And then paper is the main thing which we are trying to use it here. This is basically, first if you understand how meat spoils, this is basically, you see, take any meat product, and if it is spoiling, you will see that smell. That is basically the total volatile base nitrogen. The amount, if it exceeds a particular level, you will say that meat is spoiled. So if it is within that level, so we are taking that as advantage. That is number one. Number two, the regulation says the microbiological count. If microbiological count goes beyond that particular level, it cannot be consumed. So taking these two components into account, we have done, I'm not going in the technical details, but understanding how much time and how much temperature it stays, we understand and what you call it as uh, activation energy of the spoilage of meat. That means, take an example of milk. I'll give, because meat, a lot of you may not be eating. Milk, if you take pasteurized milk, if you store at 38 degree, it spoils in 4 hours. If you store at 27 degree, it spoils in 6 to 8 hours. Keep it at 4 degree, it stays up to 7 to 2 hours. So this is the basic kinetics of the spoilage of milk, and we have done that experiment n number of times. Similarly for meat also, if you keep meat at a different temperature, the spoilage time is different. So looking that kinetics, what you call it is activation energy of spoilage of meat, and with that activation energy, we try to link with the indicators, and you will get these sort of things, where you will see you can have any color combination. And here, the dyes what you are using, lot of times, most of the dyes, the issue even with paper is, if you use the synthetic dyes, and some of them are carcinogenic in nature, and stabilizing and getting a natural dyes is a challenge. And we have succeeded, and we have patented this also. This dye is a natural dye which you can use to see the change in color. So that is where you have advantage. You will have, see, there are a lot of time temperature indicators globally, but they have disadvantage. Number one, they have already pre-activated. That means your storage conditions, you have to keep it minus 1 degree or minus 10 degree or 8 degree, low temperatures. You cannot use in normal conditions. But here what you have done, it is not pre-activated. The moment you want to put it on your product, it can be meat, it can be milk, or it can be any product, even idli batter. At that particular point of time, when you are pasting, you activate it, and you can store it at any point of temperature, and then it interacts and give you the spoilage indication whether particular meat is spoiled. So these are some of the experimental details. I'm not going in details, and that is what I just wanted to show. This is where you see you can have any color combination. This is fresh and how it goes, and when it changes the color, you can tailor made any color if you want, green to red or red to yellow or whatever color combinations you want, you can do it. So with this, thank you so much. I'm in time.
Well within time, sir. Well within time, and truly, well, path breaking. Rather, I would try to put it like this: uh, paper industry has always fed into vacuum. So already a demand is there, and we fed into that vacuum to fill up the demand. He has shown us an alternative way, wherein we can create demand. We can really get into a very new field. And on a lighter note, probably he talked about meat, but then vegans and vegetarians need not be disheartened. Probably this can be always extended to vegetarian products also. So thank you. Thank you. I would now request Shubhang Bhardwaj to throw light on a review on the application of biopolymers in food grade packaging.
Good morning to all. Hello. I will walk in between. I will start and then I will walk. Or I will do from there. Good morning to all. My presentation topic is a review on the application of biopolymer in food grade packaging. The review paper shows the summary of application of different biopolymers in packaging. Today I will be talking initially about the protein based polymers, then about the polysaccharide based polymers, and lastly about the biopolymers derived from petroleum based. Yesterday, the important factors related to the need of replacement of single-use plastic was already talked. So my presentation will just supplement with some new information. The conference yesterday started with a very good presentation from Professor Gaikwad, and the all others followed it. The main outcome of that session was that it is important for paper to become a good packaging material if its barrier properties are enhanced. So basically, packaging just is used to contain, preserve, and protect a product. The innate property of paper are not very good in terms of barrier because of its heterogeneous nature. To enhance the barrier properties of paper, it is normally coated or laminated with different petroleum based biopolymers, but because of that there is a degradation in the repulpability or recyclability of the paper. The solution for this is if we have a coating material which is water soluble, so that even after application the recyclability and repulpability of the packaging grade paper is not reduced, it is maintained. A lecture by Professor Dharamdat was given on this yesterday. He touched this point also. Now the global packaging market is expected to grow at a CAGR of around 5% from 2023 to 2032. But the good thing for us is that the Indian packaging, food packaging and beverages market is going to grow at a CAGR of almost around 15% in next 6 years. So when we compare India with the rest of the world, we have an opportunity of around 3 times in the packaging grade market. Not only the paper market, when we see the potential of India in terms of biopolymer use for the packaging, it will be around 25% CAGR. The bioplastic market in India will grow at around 25% in coming years. Now, basically, biopolymers are characterized in 4 types. The first one is which is derived from the extracted biomass. In this, there is polysaccharide based, protein based, and lipids. In polysaccharide, there are starch, cellulose, chitosan, and other. In protein based, it can be collagen, gums, whey protein, and the other is the biopolymers which are derived from bio-based monomers. This includes polylactic acid. Yesterday, the polylactic acid application in paper cup coating was also discussed. And then the other one is polyolefins. And the other one, we can have biopolymers which can be derived from microbial way. It can be polyhydroxyalkanoates and bacterial cellulose. And the other one is biopolymer can also be made from the monomer derived from the petroleum based industry. Now starting with protein based polymer, this part of the application of protein based biopolymers was not touched yesterday, so this is new. In this we see that gluten, why we can use protein based polymers, because there is a good film forming nature, they have inherent better barrier properties in terms of oxygen and water vapor. Gluten gluten is one of the protein. It is also having excellent gas barrier property. And then whey protein offers good oxygen barrier properties and making it ideal biopolymer. The combination of organically modified clay with soy protein offers double advantage of thermal stability and reduce oxygen barrier property. Now this is some example. When we have a substrate here, paper and paperboard. It can be either paper or paperboard, and when we apply different protein based biopolymers on that, you can clearly see that it reduces the different barrier properties. When wheat gluten alone is used, it reduces the oxygen permeability. When whey protein is used along with glycerol as a cross linker, it increases the paper resistance to oil without significantly degrading its strength properties. When we use core gene alone, grease resistance of the core gene coated paper is almost comparable with that of polyethylene laminate. So that can be one of the solutions. And when Corzine by another researcher, it also shows similar results. So Corzine is something on which we can have good research further, and it can be applied in the industry. Now, now coming to starch. Hello, am I audible? Now coming to starch. In paper industry, mostly we use starch. We use starch in paper industry. Mostly modified starch named as oxidized starch is used. The oxidized starch is used and it improves the strength properties, but not all the barrier properties are enhanced which are required for the paper industry. Now, if we can modify starch by adding certain biopolymers or certain nanoparticles, we can improve the quality of starch, and we can apply the same starch with the standard surface sizing technology so that the the properties of barrier which we want can be achieved by the paper industry. The other thing which we can do, we can blend this starch with, as I have already told about protein based polymer. When we will blend both of them, or we do layer by layer coating, then we can increase the mechanical as well as the barrier properties of the paper. The other polysaccharide based polymer is chitosan. The structure of chitosan is almost similar to that of cellulose. The only difference is that in place of hydroxyl group there is amine group. Now when we will use this chitosan in surface sizing, it will provide both hydrogen bonding as well as covalent bonding because of the presence of NH2 group. So here are different research which has been done. The chitosan is having molecular weight, different molecular weight and different degree of deacetylation, and accordingly it can be applied in surface sizing of paper. It works good in terms of barrier as well as in terms of mechanical properties. Now this can also be blended either with starch or with protein based polymers, and further we can do this by layer or by blending these chemicals, and it can further enhance and give us properties which are required. Now this was yesterday discussed by one of the fellow speakers from TNPL about the PLA. So PLA is a synthetic aliphatic polyester, but it can be used in paper coating and surface sizing. Now, which are the constraints which are there with PLA? They can be also be they can also be modified. We can modify PLA. First of all, we will modify PLA. We will put the properties which are required in the paper. In the paper, we will modify PLA accordingly by adding different nanomaterials, different biopolymers, And when we will get, so for example, here we have reduced the, after adding organic clay, clay is used in paper making also, it is available within the, they can modify it themselves, and they can get a PLA with reduced OTR and WVTR around 50%. Then they can use this with in paper making, in surfacizing of paper. Now the cost factor which is there, the cost factor, suppose PLA is very costly, but if starch, oxidized starch, we all use. If we can blend 5 to 10% of protein based or PLA or chitosan along with oxidized starch, if we work, then this can come as an effective solution to the paper industry, and the properties which are required in paper to make it a better packaging grade material can be achieved. So finally, as a conclusion is biopolymers, because there are a lot of biopolymers, but those which I have covered, they can act as a good solution to the paper industry. The cost is higher, but by blending with the starch, we can reduce this limitation, and we can have a better solution with biopolymers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shubhang, for reiterating the scope and newer solutions, making us aware about newer solutions, how we can achieve barrier coating. Thank you. I would now like to invite Dr. P. Marimathu. He would be talking about replacement of single-use plastic by paper products in food packaging.
Good morning, sir. First of all, I like to thank you for giving this opportunity. See, my topic is a replacement of single-use plastic by paper products. This in packaging. Normally, packaging is a wrapping of an object to make them use to avoid damages during storage and transportation. But based on their applications, it is classified under three categories. One is primary packaging and secondary packaging and tertiary. The primary packaging is directly related to food products. That is, the packaging is direct with food. The secondary is a box packaging. Packaging is grouped by primary packaging material, and the tertiary is bulk packaging, or it is used being for transport purpose. Here, directly I will go for food packaging. What we need in food packaging with respect to safety. Here, no hazardous components should react with food within the packaging, and food must not change the originality with respect to appearance, taste, odor, and smell. Another one is it should not absorb oxygen or gas barrier, and it should not create any microorganism development, and must follow the FDA regulations. Then now the following material is available for packaging. In general, all the three categories, starting from metals, glass, aluminium, and paper, apart from plastic. See, if we say glass is the best material for food packaging with respect to barrier properties. But because of this breathability and transportation, it occupies only limitation some percentage, but it is a good material, is being used. Next comes as a metal. Metal packaging also is good, but with respect to food packaging, while filling the this one food, it needs some coating material. Inside there will be a layer to protect food material, so like Pepsi bottles, Pepsi tins and all. Next comes to paper products. We know the paper is we need not explain more about the paper, recyclable, eco-friendly, and it is having a negative with respect to barrier properties, because it cannot, because of porosity, it is not having any barrier properties with respect to water or gas. But still, we are already, there are so much paper products available in the market, but it is everything in short life. But in case of plastics, these are the plastics is being used for food packaging. Why? Actually this proportion in the market is heavy because of its some advantages. We should not underestimate plastic characteristics because of its durability, strength, easy, easy design properties, and lightweight. Apart from the price, because of that, everyone has gone to this plastic packaging. This development is only last 2 decades, but at the same time, when using uh, this plastic packaging, there are two categories. Only single-use plastic. When going more than 50 microns, it is going for mostly industrial purpose, and less than 50 microns is going for food bakery. There, that single-use plastic comes under food bakery. Really speaking, even less than 50 microns, this is not. It is having only poor barrier properties. With additional single layer or two layers, they are making pouches and other things, and they are doing 2 3 coatings. That is with plastic. Finally, it is going in landfill. This is the issue. Now we understood that this creates environmental and human problems. That is why government has listed and banned this plastic. Now at least government has understood. He has banned this. This material has to be avoided at what cost, what usage. That everybody is, all the public, all the consumer has started using plastic, but at overnight it cannot be changed. But we should give an alternative. Then only consumers will go for alternative. Otherwise, they will definitely they will go. They are starting going on using. This is the normal our paper product. This this is all short life. Already been doing that plastic world. This also already developed. It is in the market. See craft paper for secondary packaging, and glass and paper, greaseproof paper, plastic paper, and vegetable format. That whiteboard. These are tableware. That modern product. Now there is so much development in modern product to replace it. Yes, it may go up some this percentage of this paper product, but what about that replacement of plastic? Replacement of plastic is entirely different from these plastic. We need to, since we have negative factors in paper, we need to modify surface modification of paper. Then only it can be treated as a plastic film. From during that film, we got to use for food packaging. This is all the barrier coating, flexible packaging. This that coating we know is water based coating, solvent based, wax based, extrusion based. These are all applications, so liquid packaging and bakery, mainly bakery. Here now we have to come for barrier coating. What is barrier coating? Is a coating of one non-porous layer in the substrate to protect surrounding environmental impact with respect to barrier or with respect to gas or oil conditions and moisture vapor. Here paper, if you want, this is a paper packaging board waterproof party already in the market. These are all the normal products. This is not related to food packaging really. Then we have to concentrate for biopolymers. What is the difference between the biopolymers and this I can say bioplastic and normal plastic? Bioplastic is made from the sugars converting into plastic. That sugars has to be extracted from biomass. So it becomes bioplastic. These are all three types of bioplastic: only starch based, cellulose based, and protein, then lipids. Apart from that, biosynthesis. That we have to extract biomass and we have to make a biosynthesis, that is called bioplastic. This is directly natural bioplastic, this synthesized bioplastic. So bioplastics, there are three types. One is polyester, polylactic acid and agro-based. Fortunately, polylactic acid, which is comes out from corn with fermentation process, now it becomes popular and everybody started using this in place of polyethylene coating. See, normally in the polyethylene coating, this cups, that tea cups, we are making around 10 grams with 100% pure bio properties and heat solubility and everything. For replacing that, they have developed this bioplastic. Here I want to talk about more about polylactic acid. It is a synthetic and bioplastic polymer. It is usable really. It is a biodegradable and eco-friendly. It is having low energy consumption during production and PLA is amorphous in nature. Here one disadvantage is PLA they are giving an amorphous nature with slightly lower molecular weight and they are applying, they are doing extrusion coating like PE. PE extrusion coating is different and here the same format they are doing. Since that amorphous nature is a low molecular weight, it is having poor permeability property, that is barrier properties and poor glass transition temperature. Definitely it is slightly inferior than the PE coating. So it is not, it is, we have tested several cups made out of PVA, but it is not fulfilled. Now some problems is there with PVA. So we have to concentrate that particularly that polymer people has to modify to dispersion level. Once if you do dispersion, it is easier for conversion people. While doing conversion with dispersed form by emulsion polymerization, we can alter the barrier properties by introducing the some other chemicals like our water soluble polymers. So the conversion of that conversion has to be done during polymerization itself, not in conversion stage. Once if it comes as a solids like extrusion stage, we cannot change any properties during application. But if it comes in polymerization as an emulsion polymerization, we can modify the barrier properties, we can modify the heat suitability, and we can match the property even much better than the PE. This is the bioplastic. Like this, that other bioplastic also is there. This is a polyglycolic acid. Polyglycolic acid also the same method is generated from bacterial growth, bacterial root and biomass. Then polyhydroxyalkanine. This also the same. All these things under research, but PLA has come to market. This is under, but it is slightly better than the PLA with respect to strength and other properties. But since it is costly, it is under research area only. Then this is a BPS. This is an aliphatic polyester again, the same group. So bioplastic is the only solution for replacement of PE, particularly teacup area. But at the same time, we are talking about only for teacup. But this cannot be used for food packaging really. Food packaging has to be full packed food. If it has to be contact with food and it has to be shelf life maybe even 1 month, 1.5 months like that. For that, we need emulsion coating with all the other properties. All these bioplastic has to be converted to the to be manufactured through separate advantages or separate this kind of process conditions. See, polymerization is not easy. Each and every monomer will behave differently. Instead of while doing polymerization at 45 degrees, that you will give separate properties. The same monomer if you do 50, that is different. Apart from that, if you introduce one monomer in that during polymerization, that behavior goes externally. So optimization and optimization is of monomers, materials used, and process condition is very, very important during polymerization. That polymerization people are very, I have to thank them their development is very high level. You know that PE already coated, PE coating till now we are doing extrusion coating only. But Dow Chemicals has done that PE coating itself in emulsion polymerization. While any polymer comes in emulsion form, it is easier for conversion. That consistent properties we will achieve, that consumer will be happy. So they have, while doing emulsion polymerization in PE itself, why can't we do with bioplastic? So if you develop emulsion polymerization with bioplastic, we can solve almost 90% of our food packaging problem, because we can introduce barrier properties, whichever heat solubility, everything we can do. Only the controlling the molecular weight range is important. That is only technology. That it is under their control, and already I am sure that it is possible in future, near future, it will come, it will help us like anything. In CSSI papers, we are also making base paper. As yesterday Dr. Sir said, we have to make very good paper, which is, because ours is straight. Almost 90%, 95% of 98% of material will be our paper. Only 2% will be their polymer, and almost 25% is the conversion process. In that, so each and everyone has to concentrate in their area. So we have to make our paper. We are making around 2,000 tons, which is going for cup stock and paper bag and paper plates manufacturing. For that, we are changing our paper pulp furnace. We are using softwood. We are supplying with high strength and flat paper with higher GSM, even single layer and multi layer. See, if we do any properties, that depends upon the end users. So while coming to paper bag, we need higher strength. If any paper goes to coating, definitely we should give higher strength paper. Based on that, we have to make. Apart from that, it should not contain any adverse effect on this chemical content. So virgin paper will be possible for, particularly for food grade. So yes, we have taken some trial with water soluble polymers for OGR coating. We have, with the help of other one coater, there two coater air knife and blade coater, we have applied the same two-stage coating. While doing two-stage coating, we got a very good kit value with 8 grams. The same combined in same gram with single stage, it is kit value is 8, and double coating it is 12. That means the process also important. If you do any coating, if you do double coating, it will fulfill, the properties will be regularized. Any problems in the first stage, it will be rectified in the second stage. Any some pin holes, anything comes, it will be filled up in second stage. So the process is important. At the same time, if we apply more polymer, it will also give problem. So one trial gives blocking. That means we have applied more. But yesterday also I have seen that some polymers, that starch based and all results goes to 15 grams, 10 grams, 15 grams coating, 20 grams coating. If you start with more than 10 grams, it is not viable. Cost wise, we cannot match. Apart from that, we cannot make uniform quality. We expect that barrier properties and heat sealability should come within 5 grams, 5 or 6 grams. Then only it may be cost effective. For example, for PLA, if we compare the cost of PE and PLA, it is 3 times. Apart from that, it is only 80% of properties are matching. Cost wise, it is going up. We will bear it. Even for example, if you want a gold, it can be made with SS, MS, gold, or even platinum. But people can offer instead of MS in SS price, not with gold price or platinum price. So we have to develop our polymers, our product with affordable cost. People are ready to give higher cost, but we have to give proper quality for at that cost. That is important. So, as a conclusion, now one more example I want to tell. See, last even 1950, last 50 years, we are using that FE, PFAS, polychloro coatings for food packaging. One side we are talking about we are spoiled by using polyethylene by environment. We are using for food product. How much human beings would have affected? Suddenly we found out that these are giving human it is against human health and conditions. Now it is banned in all the countries, starting from France is the first country to stop that. Now UK and US and everybody has stopped. So we have to, now we are not having a standard testing or standard, what will be the impact that, yes, every countries, as yesterday Sara also told, foreign countries the system is very good, but Indians also it is coming, but it is not implemented. But we request CFTRI to make clear-cut testing, and they should lead, they should help us by testing. When any product comes into the market, it has to be certified by them, so that it should not affect human being. After making 10 years usage, one big report comes, this is not human, this is not health, this affecting health means everyone will get fear. So while making a polymer, the polymer people should clearly knows that each and every monomer. Polymer, we can say some one or two monomers here. They are doing some 3 or 4 materials for addition of each and every property. So selection of material is important, process is important. So we have to work in collaboration with as paper makers, converters, chemical suppliers, technology providers, and research. All these, everyone, they have to contribute in their area. That is important. As a team, if we work, definitely this task maybe looks big, but it is not big. It can be changed shortly. Yesterday, one discussion has come. Only 10% is the plastic. Why don't you change paper? Yes, these properties are matches. 10% is not a big problem for paper maker. Only 10% we can adjust to furnish, and we can give high strength paper which is useful, which can be matched with coating process. Now also people are supplying good high strength paper for coating. Only small consumption is going, but we can develop. So I request all of us, since we are in team, everybody should understand our responsibility, and we have to work. If we work together as a team, we will succeed. We will definitely eliminate the plastic shortly. At least not 50%, at least 80% can be removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manimatu, for re-emphasizing the scope, again making us aware about various bio-based barrier coating solutions and sharing actual successful trials carried out at your factory. Thank you. Now, the last batsman to go from my team, Mr. Tirth Thakkar. He would be talking about novel synthesis of biodegradable polymer from cucurbita peel and waste newspaper sheets.
Which one is right? Okay. Good morning to all. It's a very beautiful invention in the middle of 20th century, and it goes boon for us. And slowly, it is inevitable part, and it got replacement of each and everything. But every coin has two sides, whether it is king or cross. And then slowly, it was invented that it is the cause of global warming and unwanted waste, which is not uncomposed, which is not degradable. So our team thought an innovation about the novel synthesis of biodegradable polymer from curcubita peel. Curcubita is one scientific name of pumpkin. It is scientific name of pumpkin. So now a question is arise whether planet or plastic. And second thing is that, okay, if we attach to the plastic, how to detach? Attachment is very critical process, but detachment is very slow process. If we are attaching to anyone, then detachment is slow process. So it is not a miracle to or 1 day, 2 day process to replace the plastic, but we can try our best and we will definitely get the success over it. So pumpkin, why we choose the pumpkin? Pumpkin is rich in pectin. Second thing, pumpkin and by the survey, we got that it is also utilized to extract the alcohol insoluble polysaccharides natural polymer. So second thing is that environmental pollutants are also reduced by biodegradable plastic, and biodegradable polymer can be used in food packaging also. So it can be used in food packaging. And second thing is that there are so many biodegradable ways, just like oxidative biodegradation, which is done by normal air. Second thing, the oxidative degradation, photodegradation, which can be done by the directly by the help of sun. And therefore, we have decided to synthesize in our lab biodegradable plastic. So these are the normal common features, and this is a comparison of bioplastic versus the conventional plastic. So second thing is that bioplastic is more sustainable, whether the conventional plastic is unsustainable, and basically biodegradable, so it is naturally non-toxic. While conventional plastic is toxic because its degradation is very impossible. It causes gases, and it will make our earth in endangered position. Secondly, less use of energy will be there in to prepare bioplastic. We will go further in that synthesis part also, so we can see that. And second thing, more energy usage will be in the production of the conventional plastic. Eco-friendly is the main feature of the bioplastic, and no harm to abiotic feature. While conventional plastic is making the very harmful situation for marine life as well as animal and mankind also. Second thing, it increases soil fertility also. This is this we proved also because our synthesized plastic was very rich in NPK content. NPK means it is a main component of the manure, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. So we are getting also the result, very exciting result about NPK content. Nitrogen we got 7.2%, phosphorus 3.2, and potassium we got 2.8%, which is in a good range. And recycling and destroying process is difficult of bioplastic, but conventional plastic recycling and destroying process is relatively easy, but it need energy. So secondly, we got whether it is recycling and destroying process is although difficult, but we got very good option about it because our bioplastic is rich in NPK content, so it can be used in manure, it can be used as a compost, it can be used as a fertilizer. So we are disclosing our technology, that is a synthesis of biodegradable plastic film B and C. That is only the difference between the plastic B and C is the only filtration process. So the biodegradable plastic film B we are using by this material, that is a dried pumpkin, cornstarch, glycerol, citric acid, gelatin, and water. So normal method is what? We have to mix the all content, and we have to raise the mixture about 95 to 100 degree, and we will evaporate the water part up to the slurry point, and it will be up to maximum 15 to 20% of the total volume, and just we pour to the petri dish, and we will dry it in the sunlight only, and after drying we are getting the moisture, and when we are getting the constant moisture, we are getting the biodegradable plastic. And this is the costing. Both costing is same because only the filtration process is different. Now these are the photographs of there is a reaction mixture poured on petri dish, and there is a dried biodegradable plastic. And second thing, a reaction mixture poured on a petri dish after filtration, and we are getting the dried bioplastic film. Now only we have synthesized the biodegradable plastic of biofilm B and C without getting insertion of newspaper. But the next biodegradable plastic film D is the use of curcuita powder and the newspaper also. So in that we have inserted newspaper, and method is the same as the above, and we are concentrating the mass up to the 20%, just like the slurry point manually, and then we are pouring it in the petri dish, and we are getting the biodegradable plastic. This is just how we make the paper sludge after heating this, and then we are getting the paper sludge, and we are inserting into the reaction mixture. And we had done the cost cutting experiment also, because bioplastic B, C and D, they were up to somehow costly, so we wanted to reduce the cost. So for that, what we have done, we have increased the amount of waste newspaper, which was very cheap, and second thing, dried pumpkin peel we have powder, we have increased. So in that case also we are getting success, and we got the weight also, you can see that 15.86 gram, which was very high, and it was around 90 to 95% yield, and which was the more before the previous experiment, which were around 75 to 80%. And costing, we can see that that is a 4.74 Indian rupees, that it is very lesser than the previous one. It can be definitely compared by the 1 kilogram rate. So this is the table for what we have synthesized the biodegradable film, and it is just like the weight, whatever we got the weight, and according to that their rates are there. So markedly we are getting the comparison of converting that rate to the 1 kg, and we are getting drastically less rate of the cost cutting experiment biodegradable plastic, which is 298 rupees per kg. So nowadays, if you will buy polypropylene for the conventional plastic, it is generally 100 to 120 rupees per kg, but the energy required and the process required for that, it will cost more. So next is, we can see the result and discussion. Our plastic water absorption test, it can be it is water absorbing, so we are developing now the technology to cover that biodegradable plastic by polyvinyl alcohol to get the water resistance also. So these our films are getting the water absorbed, and so they can be composed in the aqueous media also. We had done biodegradability test in soil also. So what we had done, we had weigh a piece of the biodegradable plastic, and we have composed in the soil, and after 7 days, 10 days, and periodically we have monitored the weight. So we are getting the decay of the weight, as well as after 35 to 40 days the whole piece of the biodegradable plastic was composed, and it diminished in the soil. And after that we had done the soil fertility test also, so it was more richer in nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium as well. So because already our film was richer in the nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium that I described already, in that nitrogen was above 7%, potassium was 3.4, phosphorus was 3.4%, potassium was 2.8%. So these are the IR analysis, and IR analysis support our insertion of pumpkin peel powder into our biodegradable film. So we can see all the, this is a pumpkin peel powder sire. So OH peak, that is moisture which is coming in 3100 to 3700 centimeter inverse broad peak. Then there is a CH that is already presence in the glucosides. And second thing, CO, there is a ethereal linkage, CO, that is around 1100 to 1200, and this is OH of deflection water, or it is COH bond also, and second thing CO, that is a carbonyl carbon bond. So this is a pumpkin peel powder, and this is a pumpkin peel powder bioplastic film. This is a IR insertion, that is a overlapping data also. So we can see the maximum peaks are overlapping to each other. In that also bioplastic from pumpkin peel C, we are getting maximum peak of the cucurbita peel powder, and this is a bioplastic from pumpkin peel and newspaper mixture also. So in that also we are getting the maximum cucurbita peel powder IR peak. This is a comparison same as the above we had done. So maximum peaks are coming, and this is a comparison of IR data between the cucurbita peel powder and the newspaper mixture. So we feel challenge is that how we can get the maximum number of pumpkin peel powder. So we can collaborate with the industry of sweet, just like in Agra, petha milta hai jo, it is a sweet, so it needs this. So we wanted help from the industry to grow this technology. And conclusion is that biodegradable plastic films from pumpkin peel and newspaper were successfully formed. Their biodegradability in aqua as well as soil and proved biodegradable. And from IR analysis, we confirmed that all the maximum 95 to 98% peaks are we found in the biodegradable peak. So naturally, it is insertion was there. And as fruit and vegetables peels are going wasted, agro waste are there, and we can get the best out of waste method from this. Thank you. So, I want to acknowledge my teammates, Dipen Panchani and Harsh Patel, and I would like to thank Ippta for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank CFTRI, and I would like to thank MK Goyal sir and Shaili ma'am for whenever I need help. So definitely there was a help, and thank you Mahesh Gandhi sir for addressing the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tirath,
Thank you, sir.
for sharing that very new concept. Peels can be useful, and finding solution to a critical problem. So thank you very much. To sum up, I think there is a challenge, there is a problem on hand, and there are quite a few solutions available. Nobody claims that they are 100% perfect, but I think reasonable degree of perfection has been achieved, and everybody is ready to work with each other to make it more perfect. I would like to invite questions and if there are any.
I am Nagarajan, General Manager of Venkot Paper Mills Private Limited, Hosur. Actually, I want to ask the question to Dr. Marimuthu. What are all the properties affecting improving the parameters of the paper after coating? Because no one is discussed about this one. So, as a technical person, I want to know that.
After coating, if we say our paper coating, the coating should be uniform and mainly is going for printability. In boards and other places, it is going for printability. In food grade coating, this is different. If you see any, okay, now it is available only plastic coating. That's why I am telling you about that. If we do any food packaging or any packaging, if you see in branded labels and all, there will be a two layer. There will be a one layer will be polystyrene and another layer will be LD, polyethylene. The ethylene will give inner side and polyester will give outer, because polyester will give better printing properties because of its uniformity and structure. There should not be any up and down. Then ink absorbability, that fixing, that everything is good in polyester than polyethylene. Polyethylene will be inner layer and it is useful for heat sealability. Like our paper, it is same smoothness and there should not be ups and down. Then that ink absorbability value, these are all important. Some while going for 3 color, 4 color printing, that has to be compatibility will be there with ink properties and surface properties. Surface property is more important than strength properties in coating place.
Okay, thank you, sir. Two more questions I have. And basic knowledge about the kit value you are talking, no?
Yes.
So I want to know about that kit value and how to prepare that kit.
Actually, the kit value is that oil. It is what this oil and petroleum. There is a ratio. If it is 10%, 90% oil and 10%, and 80% and 70% like that, it should not. If while coming to OGR, that oil should not penetrate. If you do the 90% oil, if you feel it is giving value higher, means it is giving good. It should not penetrate. Based on that oil absorbent, that kit value is used to be given. If kit value is high, properties will be good. If low, means it is poor.
Okay, thank you, sir. And the next one, we had some trial with our duplex board.
May I request, probably you can limit it to others would like.
Okay, thank you.
I am Kishore Chaudhary. My question is to Mr. Thakur. So why you have selected pumpkin, not bottle guard or ridge guard? What is the driving force behind it?
As we discussed that in the pumpkin is rich in pectin. Second thing is that pumpkin's peel is very good dry and it's stubborn. So even we have done the antimicrobial test of pumpkin peel powder and it is showing good results also. And it was stable in the air, as well as we are getting at least from 1 kilogram pumpkin we are getting 75 to 80 gram of powder, which was comparatively in a good yield compared to the other vegetables. So thank you for the nice question.
Mr. Cyril, you are mentioning that you are moving towards total biodegradable polymers starting from, say, plastic liners. The ultimate aim is to go for a biodegradable polymer because it is one thing is biodegradable, along with the paper it biodegrades. The other one, you also said it is better repulpable. Repulpability also improves. What happens to it when you try to recover the fiber and repulp it? Is a biopolymer better as compared to a plastic? What happens to the polymer coating when you repulp it?
Let me put it like this. We haven't done any trials in that direction yet with our new second generation of bio-based polymers. Work is still ongoing, and we will, towards end of this year, we plan to launch this new type of bio-based polymers. A lot of work is still ongoing in the coming months, so I won't be able to answer that question as of now.
Okay. Do we understand then that the repulpability is still an issue? It just the biopolymers render the paper biodegradable, but not necessarily recyclable as compared to, say, plastics?
As I said, we haven't done any work on that yet, so I won't be able to comment on this at this stage. I hope you understand.
Anybody else? Yeah. So, all in all, I got 30% filled up hall. Now it is almost 90-95%. So I will request everybody to just give a round of applause to all my teammates. They have done wonderful. And probably we talked about newer concepts. We talked about not only barrier coating films, but Professor Mache has talked about something new, totally new. So that's bring to the end of it. We are well within time. I think we can spend that time during tea and coffee session. Thank you.
Now I request to the session chairman, please present the mementos to the presenters. To Mr. Tejendra Veer Singh Chahal. To Mr. Cyril. To Mr. Rajeshwar S. Mache. To Mr. Shubhang Bhardwaj. To Dr. P. Marimuthu. To Mr. Tate. Now I request to the President of Ippta to present the memento to the session chairman. So please come together for a group photograph.
Great. Gentlemen, before you break for the tea, just a few very important announcements. We'll be breaking for tea. We'll try to come back within 30 minutes for sure. Tanuja is already here and she will be talking about out of box thinking to encourage innovation at workplace. So that's something very refreshing for you, could be very different, and maybe you are able to implement a couple of things when you go back home. Thereafter, there is a change. After Tanuja finishes, which could be, my guess is something around 12:45 or 1, we will sharp break for lunch and come back here at around 1:45. We have just received confirmation from the office of Maharaja that he is at Bangalore, but he is trying to start by 11:30, so he should be here by 2. Considering traffic, there could be a variation of 15 minutes here and there. So what we will do, we will assemble, we will have some Thanksgiving, certain feedback. We will start that session, say around 1:45, 1:50. And when Maharaja comes, there will be only 2, 3 things: a little felicitation honoring him, his speech, and then Maharaja, we would like him to give award for the best paper. So that's the planning through his hand, the best paper award, felicitation and speech. It would be a treat for you to meet a young, dynamic person from the royal family whose entire family has dedicated their life for the Karnataka and Mysore in particular. So thank you. Let's break for the tea and come back. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Would you be good enough to please take your seats? Would you be please good enough to take your seats? Okay. Before we commence the next session, Cyril and please take your seat. Yeah, good. Thanks. So just one more announcement before we take the start the session. Post Maharaja's visit, the team is splitting in two or three. One who have a flight to catch. There are a small group which is going to see the palace. And third, there is a large group which is going to see CFTRI facility. So if anybody has missed and still want to enroll, outside there is a box, there is a felicitation table. Please join, get your name registered so that we know how many of us are going, and we can split them in group properly and provide the guide at the palace to visit. Thank you very much. With this, we come to the very special session with Tanuja Aburi. This special session is out of box thinking to encourage innovation at workplace. Okay, let me give you a brief introduction of Tanuja. Tanuja is a DEI leader at Amazon for Asia Pacific, Japan, China, Middle East, Latin America, and region. Executive Management degree from Cornell University and Master's degree in Human Resource. Vice Chair for CII IWN, Indian Women Network for Telangana chapter. 20 plus years of experience as a human resource professional. Tanuja and Ippta came together some about Tanuja, more than that, 2000, I think you are 2018 at Hyderabad, where she participated in a panel discussion. And this time when we approached, she was very kind. And not only she, her another team player, Liz is also here. Welcome you, Liz. She is from UK. And it has been a very, very pleasant bonding, Ippta and Tanuja, for 5 years. Thank you very much for being here. And she has played leadership role with organizations like GE, Bank of America, NTT Data, and D. Shaw. Prior to Amazon, Tanuja was running a startup, Beyond Pinks, an organization using design thinking to solve diversity and inclusion and challenges. Just to let you know, Tanuja would be speaking for about 60 to 70 minutes at its suits, which will be followed by 10 to 20 minutes of Q&A. And then we'll break for the lunch. So Tanuja, please come over. Please give her a big round of applause, please. अब आप इनका उनका इनको वो दे दीजिए इनको दे दीजिए वो you'll put it there. Yeah, call the mic, please. Yeah, he will be now switching. Wait, let her first adjust the ears. I think it's okay. I'm very.
Hello, check, check.
Okay, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Try one more time. Good morning. Before I start my presentation, couple of declarations of personal stuff which I want to share with all of you.
I was up till 2:30 going and doing this last minute changes on the presentation to land the message right. And I had my first call at 7:30 in the morning, which means I got less than 5 hours of sleep. And I can do a better good morning with a good, nice clap for showing up here for all of you today. Is that the best energy you can give me, or can you do better? Thank you so much. The second one is, not only did I come up here, I have my colleague, my manager, who's traveled from UK to be with me for some meetings in Bangalore. And I'm a good negotiator and influencer. I managed to bring her over and sold Mysore and Ippta conference very well to her, and she's bitten into it. Now it's on your hands to make her feel good and saying it was worth conference and worth her time and worth listening to me. So it's on you to clap for her and welcome her for this beautiful gathering that we are in. Thank you, Liz, for joining in and taking out time to learn something about India and about sustainability on the packaging that we are all doing here. Couple of caveats before I start. I do work for Amazon. Today I'm not representing Amazon. I'm coming in as an individual because of my relationship with Ippta for last many years. We started this journey few years back when I was on a panel discussion, and this was on all women panel. There were 400 people sitting in the room, and take a guess how many women were there in that conference. Yeah, one is a good guess. We were better than that. There were like 3 or 4 women out of 400 people who were there. So my journey with Ippta started then, talking about how do we bring in more diversity of gender or thoughts, ideas, etc. So ever since, I've been doing some bit of work with Ippta on and off. Goel sir, thank you very much for inviting me for this conference. And last, I see the hall is full. Mine is the last session. And he sold the tickets very well. He said, trailer bahut badhiya hai, cinema bahut achhi hogi. Okay, so the pressure on me to give you something back is very, very high. And I want to put it out here that when you walk out of this room, it's not that you will have horns and you will say, I become the best innovator tomorrow. Nothing of that magical sort is going to happen. I just wanted to tell you, whoever wants their ticket back, this is the time. What will though happen is a little shift in the mindset on how do you approach your work and life on a daily basis. Little bit of tools, a little bit of mindset shift on how you look at your teams, how do you look at innovation at workplace. Is that good enough as an expectation? Thank you very much. We can lock the door, girls. Nobody should leave now. Just kidding. All right. Sure. And now we are going to clap one more time, the loudest, and tell you why we are clapping. Can we do that? Like really loud. The maximum that you can do. Can you do better? Thank you. Now these claps were for 2 reasons. One is Goel Sahab has gone out to get people. They should know cinema shuru ho gayi hai, andar aana hai. Nahi to darwaza band ho jayega. How many of you know Hindi? Comfortable with Hindi? Okay, sorry Liz, we will keep shifting to Hindi. So that was for people who were missing out on the show, and the claps were for you to show up here. After yesterday's conference and dinner, I wasn't expecting many people will come in or will come late, etc. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for being here. And physically, all of you have gotten yourself here. Yeah? Physically, all of you are sitting. Take a minute to think of what's going on in your head at this point in time. Are you mentally with me here, or your mind is somewhere else? Think. Sorry? Here only? Good. How many of you are physically here and mentally here? Nice. And my mind is not here right now. I am though looking very present and talking to you, etc. I have 3 things which are going on in my head at this point in time. I had a very important meeting yesterday and I did not do very well, and I'm not very happy about it. So I'm carrying the residue of that meeting in my head. And the second one, which is going in, I'm looking forward to go and see that palace after this session. So that's going on in my head on what's going to happen, how will it come up, and I have a flight to take. I want to be back in Bangalore on time. So what am I doing? My mind is either in the past or I'm supposed to be here talking to you, being fully present, but mind is like a dash, dash, dash. Fill in for me. Mind is like a monkey which swings, would never let you sit here. Belagam Khoda, absolutely. So what I would, yeah, it's swinging, right? So what I would like you to do is keep your monkey aside for some time. And we have paid lot of money to buy this monkey. There is a physical monkey which is in our head, and then there is another monkey that we carry everywhere we go. You want to see the monkey? I'm carrying my monkey right now. You want to see? Yes? It's an expensive one. This is the monkey I have. I am so tempted to go and see what's the next mail, what's the next WhatsApp message, when is my son going to call, what's happening. Whenever it's not needed, I continue to go feed into my monkey. So my humble request for next 50 odd minutes is to keep the urge to go to your monkey and feed the monkey and be with me. And my promise is it's not going to shift your world 360 degrees, but you will have something that you will take back with you for innovation at workplace. Is that a good deal? So there will be an urge for you to temptation for you to keep looking, but remind yourself that I want to be fully present for the next 1 hour, mind, body, soul. Fair? Okay. And the last one is, it is an interactive session. I don't want to give you gyan and go and say, Madam ne kuch aaya tha, bataya tha. Let's engage in conversation. I want to tickle your brain cells in many ways. If you have thoughts, ideas, keep bringing it in. I will try as much we can engage and interact. And if you have thoughts, just put it up or just keep speaking so that we are engaging with each other rather than a monologue. Yes? Too many contexts. Now, all of you have been in this industry. I am a newcomer. I don't know anything about packaging. I am not an expert here. What I'm going to talk about is innovation and not innovation in your workplace. Innovation as a concept, and how do you shift small needle moments in your mindset to get better innovation. Now, there are certain ways we have been living our life. We do things in a certain way. It has given us results at workplace or in life, and we continue to do that on and on and on. We don't know how to shift gear and do things differently. What we end up doing is we are in a cycle. I don't know how to break this cycle and do innovation. And this whole hawa which is made about innovation, आपके लिए एक R&D cell होना चाहिए, आपका दिमाग अलग-अलग होना चाहिए, you have to sit separately, mindset has to be different, versus it can be a day-to-day innovation as you live, as you breathe, which means it has to become a part and component of your life. For that, you need to shift the way you approach the problem statement. So what got you here, what made you successful so far, will not get you to the next level. What do you need to do to change it? You need to rewire, rethink, reimagine. Big words, सबको करना है, करना कैसे है पता नहीं है. Yes? All of us want to challenge ourselves. All of us want to have a new habit, new ways of working, new ways of thinking. How do you then shift your mindset? Here is one example which I want to bring it for you. Very simple thing. Imagine this to be your brain. And the first box says, I know what I know. An example of this is, I know I can ride a bicycle. I know I can cook. I know what I know. And this is a very simple comfort zone that we operate in. What is the next box? I know what I don't know. And the example for this would be, I know what I know. I know what I don't know. I don't know how to ride a car. I don't know how to ride an aeroplane. I don't know how to solve complex math solutions. Any other examples that you can think of? I know something and I know what I don't know. What are those examples? Flying an airplane. What else? Expectation, I don't know. I know what I don't know. Now there is a big box in our head, which is the largest, which is the unexplored area, which says, I don't know what I don't know, which is the black hole, which needs to shift between box B or a box A, and which is where innovation happens. The aha moments happen when you are moving from I don't know what I don't know to the box I know what I don't know. What I don't know is the largest in your head, and what we will do now is take a few examples, take a few mantras to shift this black box into one of these two. I want to give you one example and be with me and let's explore this I don't know what I don't know. This is an example of Indian Railway, the local trains in Mumbai. And the problem statement they had was there were 8 to 10 deaths every day when people cross the rail tracks on Mumbai locals. Every day there are 8 to 10 deaths. This was becoming a menace for them. The municipality and the railways came together and gave a project to a design company to come up with a solution and find a solution where they can reduce these deaths. All of you are those consultants. And if you were to design some solutions to reduce the deaths, because people just cross railway tracks, all of us know that, what would you give a solution as a consultant to the railways? Danger signs, yes. Put a danger sign on the crossing. What else? Construct overbridge. Barricades. What else? Education, awareness. रोड मत क्रॉस करिए. आपने सिगरेट के पैकेट के ऊपर देखा है डेंजर लिखा होता है, फिर भी लोग करते हैं. So you educate people, create a campaign. What else can you do? Give me solutions, quick ones, simple ones. Have small groups, provide messages in local language. Okay. Sorry, go on. Impose heavy fines. Great idea. Drive slower in the areas where people are crossing. I'll explain the problem a little bit more. People just cross wherever they like. That's how we cross in India. And it could be anywhere. If I build under bridge, I don't know where to build an under bridge. It could be kilometers of area where they are crossing. Overbridge, it's expensive. I do not have space to make it. Or education where, like on a cigarette box, it's saying dangerous for your health. People continue to do what they have to do. What else can we do? Try to analyze. Thank you very much for the cue. Try to analyze. So this company did not do anything which is heavyweight, expensive solutions. This is a human-centric solution they came up with. They tried to look for the behavior and the patterns of why people are behaving the way they are and what's really happening. What's going on in people's head? Everybody knows if I cross, I will die. And he sees his neighbor dying, 8 people every day dying. They know the danger and they still put themselves into danger to go and cross. So they did this study and it's a revelation on what really happened. This is the solution they came up with. This is I don't know what I don't know solution. Looks so simple and humble. Let me take a minute to explain what this solution looks like. They painted these strips on every meter. That's the solution. And If आप सिर खुजा रहे हो कि ये solution क्या होता है, let me explain this to you. Speed is relative to something which is a standing object. It's a pole, it's a light bulb, it's something I can say that there is something coming. The speed of anything which is coming in is relative to a standing object. In this case, the standing object is these yellow stripes. So when I'm here, when the train is 3 stripes away, I know I should not be crossing. That's the sense of judgment which you are allowing people to make better judgment of their lives and enabling them to make better choices, better decisions. A good example of this is, yeah, you liked it, you can clap. Was there an aha moment where I don't know what I don't know got a little shifted, saying to what point sir said, analyze the problem better. Don't have an urge to solve a problem. Speed, if you have seen, have you ever crossed a road at the night time? Your ability to judge how a train or a car is coming is blurred, is much lesser because you do not have an object which is static in control to say what's the speed at which something is coming your way. So the accidents are much more at night time than a daytime because you do not have a point of reference for you. All they did was created point of reference for them, for people to make better judgment. And do you want to know how much of accidents were prevented by doing this? 75% of deaths in Mumbai local were controlled only by creating those yellow stripes on the road. So the point here is our human mind works in a way where we love to go to a solution. कोई problem सामने दिखती है, घर में दिखती है, office में दिखती है, जल्दी से उसको solve कर दो. Sometimes you need to stop that urge, and that's the principle for innovation in terms of, is there a better, a different solution which is existing? Stay on the problem statement. Be uncomfortable with the problem statement for a little longer time before you jump into solution. You may have a aha moment where you will continue to challenge that I don't know what I don't know, and I shifted to something else. Yes? Perfect. Let me take you through a second example. This is mindfulness. सबने ये इंग्लिश का वर्ड सुना होगा, being mindful. अभी हमने बोला था, we were talking about don't look at your phone, stay alert, be in the moment, etc. Lot of people say do meditation, you will be living your life more mindfully. Anybody who knows what's mindfulness? Being in the moment, yes. Involvement, being there, being fully there. Not just absorbing, being fully there. Let me put a few examples and tell me, what do you make of these? I'm going to run a few random slides and observe there is something which I'm wanting to convey through these slides. And all of you are mindful. You told me you've got your phones aside and you're fully alert. What's the message here? You have to open. Here, here, here. Sorry? Togetherness, okay. Anything else? Freshness, okay. Don't kill me when I give you this example. These are everyday objects which nature has provided to you to take inspiration for packaging. Now look at this situation. Now look at how is this packed by nature? How is this packed by nature? How is this packed by nature? When I'm opening a peel, how beautifully nature has given us this delicate fruit. It's got layers in between and it's got a hard shell for it to protect itself. How many of you have taken inspiration from simple everyday objects around you? This is just one set of sequences which I've given you. Every day we eat fruit, but how many times have you seen, can I package something which is as beautiful as a pomegranate? There is a lot to learn on packaging on this. Anybody from Yash Papers? Yash Paka? This is your Ved Krishna's example, by the way. This is not my original one. I'm doing some work with Yash. So, a lot of learning from that. I'll explore this further for you. It's basically, these could be the objects. Look at the 3 or 4 examples I've given you here. You are in packaging industry. There is one such example is what's available for you in front of you. How many of you have enjoyed the unpacking of a banana or an orange and see it unlayers slowly? Yeah, we don't see the joy because we are not there in the moment. Think of how you open up a pomegranate, it just opens up and comes out with a little cut. What does it tell you? As much as packaging is important, unpackaging is also an experience which you need to create for your customers while you're thinking of your industry. The other one is there is no ambiguity in the message on what a pomegranate looks like. It will deliver you a pomegranate. A banana, you know by the look of it. So there is no ambiguity in the message. Your packaging should be such where you're saying what inside is what is outside. How beautifully are you able to give the message about what it consists of? That's the beauty of innovation if you're taking everyday natural objects. How many of you have seen Apple packaging, which is one of the breakthrough in design on how beautifully it gets packed? 8 out of 10 times people do not want to throw the Apple packaging box. They keep it for eternity. All of you, many of you? There are many such packaging that we like. So when you are creating an experience, keep the user in mind. Think of packaging and unpackaging. The last one here, a banana is rotten, you don't need to open a banana, you know it from outside. So what's the message there? Your packaging should be conveying the message that you want to convey by just an external feel. Simplify and invent. This is one principle we apply at Amazon. Simplicity of messaging and simplicity of picking up everyday objects and building in on innovation. So one lesson which you have when you go back to your workplace tomorrow on innovation is being mindful of being fully present on where we are. With me so far? Do I need to check or is it good? Thank you. I have a question for you. Where do you get most inspired, most innovative during a day? Difficult question, right? Yeah, depends is the answer. That's what I was looking for. Early morning. Over a cup of tea. Our favorite place, which is the private space that we have for the 10-15 minutes. That's the most innovative space all of us have. Where else? Temple. Sorry? Together, each one of us, when you are with people. Okay, what else? Before you sleep. Where else? Surroundings. Yes. Yes, absolutely. That was the answer I was looking for. He enjoys each moment of that. Absolutely. What else? Yes, please. Whenever you're close to nature. With your girlfriend. Good answer. Okay. Yes. Meditation, yoga, driving, music, cooking, hobbies, etc. Where should you be most innovative? I am innovative while driving, but expectation is I, at workplace. I did not hear workplace as an answer. We say when I'm cooking, I'm doing meditation, I'm somewhere, etc. And we want a workplace to be the most innovative. What's going on? We bring somebody else to workplace and we say, I'm going to sit like this with one Mr. X who will do this 8-hour job. I will go back when I'm driving, I'll be innovative. That's my zone. I'm not in my zone when I'm at workplace. It could be. When you think of very beautiful answer, what he's saying is workplace innovation happens everywhere else but at workplace. I could be cooking, I get aha idea, and then, so what is happening while cooking? What is shifting? Comparison. What's happening then at workplace? You are concentrated, you're so focused in cooking, you enjoy and you are at the best. I want to take you through one example of this company called Zappos. How many of you have heard of this company? You have. It's not an Indian brand, so it's okay if you have not heard of them. They make shoes. It's a very cluttered market. The top 10 brands, they shouldn't be there in the space they are in. But they are there in the top 10 only because of their customer obsession and how they engage with their end client. Okay? Now, how do you think a customer obsession could make a great company? Why do you think that is so important in a shoes business? They would have a call center executive. If I were to return a shoe, no questions asked, the empowerment for the executive is so much that they are allowed to make decisions. If you call a Swiggy or any other company, they'll say, no, sir, I cannot do this. I have to ask my manager, etc. There are layers of executive decisions which happen. In this case, they empowered the people to make decisions, and that's why it's one of the most customer-centric organization, which is leading to becoming the top 10 shoe company. Now, over a period of time, what happened is their ranking was falling down, their revenues were going down, and they said something is going wrong, we need to fix it. And what do you think they did to address this problem? They started looking at the executives who were taking the calls and started observing a pattern and a behavior that they were moving with a breakneck speed and hiring people very, very fast. They slowed down the hiring process and they came up with this formula of saying, if you leave my company, I am going to pay you. Leave my company, I will pay you. Have you heard of any company saying, काम छोड़ के जाइए मैं आपको पैसे दूंगा? Take this idea to your HR, they'll say, पागल हो गए. Or HR comes up with this idea, they'll say, are you mad? Why are you giving money to people to leave? And the interesting concept here was, they had a 4 weeks of onboarding journey. If you join on first week, if you don't like, if you leave, we will give you $4,000. In the second week, if you leave, if you still don't like it, we'll give you 3. And by the time you're in the last week, you still don't want to be there, I will pay you $1,000, just leave. End of it, out of the 100 people, if there are 20 people who are left, they are happy to continue with those 20 because they believe in the company's organization, philosophy, and the customer obsession, and that is why they choose to be there. Those are the 20 where the company wants to invest and say, I will build my most customer obsessed company. I lose $4,000 or $10,000 on the way. That is not valuable as much as giving the end customer as an experience. So when they do the math, they are saying, I would rather have people leave who are not believing in my philosophy than having them sitting in the organization because of the money part. The point in question here is, when you are building an organization, how innovative are your workplaces? All of you are very senior people who are sitting here, you have teams. And I would urge you to go back and ask this question, where do you feel most innovative? The answers you have already given while driving, while cooking, the first 15 minutes of my day when I'm in my bathroom, or tea or meditation. 8 out of 10 times you will not hear from them, I feel innovative at workplace. Your role as leaders, as scientists who are looking at creating that innovative organization, is not only being innovative for yourself, what kind of fungible organization that you're creating which is enabling innovation on a daily basis. This is an extreme example, and we do not want to get out of our comfort zone and try out or experiment. And that is the biggest deterrent for us when we are looking at innovation and saying, I will take that risk. I will push myself and try out different modules. If it fails, it's okay. But only then will the innovation and that workplace culture that you will be able to build. So think about how do you engage with your employees, with your teams, and the workplace going forward if you are wanting to create a space of work culture and innovation. With me? Mindful? Yes? Thank you. If somebody wants to clap, please go ahead. That's fine. I want to give you another example. This is about challenge your status quo. I want to show you a video here. If you could play the video for me, please. And observe what's happening here. It's going to move very, very fast. Thank you. What was the video about? Creative? Trading. Yes, trading. What else? Innovation? Small idea can take you somewhere. Incremental values, absolutely. Do you think that when the person started, he knew he's going to end up with a house with a paperclip? Did he know that he will have to do 10 trades, 15 trades, 500 trades to get to where he wants to be? What did he start with? Just a simple, humble, small idea. I'll pause here and repeat. Simple, small, humble idea without knowing the end goal. How does it sound like when you are innovating? It sounds great, and on paper you take this to your boss, and what the boss will say? क्या पागल है, कुछ भी नहीं है इसमें, कुछ नहीं है, क्या कर रहे हो, बड़ा आइडिया लेके आओ, कुछ अलग सोच के लेके आओ, right? And we get caught in saying, I have to change this world, I have to break through everything. This person did, and there are many people who tried doing this later on, by the way. There are tons of videos you will find on YouTube. Can I have my slides back, please? I have to, okay. So, what starts in our head as a simple, small solution can become bigger, better only if you were to challenge and say, I will stay with it, I don't know where it will go. And the flip side of that is you may continue to be there. Maybe the person would have stopped after third trade or fourth trade and saying, I got this, I will live with it. You don't know when to stop, which is a good problem to have. But if you want to innovate, you want to start somewhere, start small, start humble, start challenging yourself. You don't know where you will go. I want to give you an example of this two pictures here. They are all energy drinks. A lot of us do not consume so much of energy drinks in India except for Red Bull, which is the most popular brand. These are the top few brands globally on energy drinks. If I were an innovator in the energy drink market, I go to my manager and say, Sir, हम लोग नया energy drink launch करेंगे. What do you think my manager will say? कोई दूसरा काम नहीं है. इतने मार्केट में ड्रिंक्स है, तुमको क्या लग रहा है नया लॉन्च करोगे तो तुम कुछ उखाड़ लोगे? Do you think my idea will get funded? It's a very busy market space. And look at what got created. What's the difference between this and this drink? Go on. Time frame. What else? Appearance. Performance guarantee. उसका नाम देखिए. 5-hour energy. This is again what we were talking about on packaging. There is no ambiguity right there. It's saying indirect message. Red Bull, Monster. वो सीधा मुंह पर बोल रहा है आपको. 5-hour energy. It's like so much on your face. What did they do differently? How did they land up where they are? It's a $1 billion company, by the way. Customer, what else? One package, 12 bottles. It's got convenience. You can put it in your pocket. You're going for a very high important meeting. You want a drink. You can carry it anywhere. It's availability. It's not carrying stock space in a supermarket. It's actually kept at the aisle where they are doing the billing so that you feel that I can pick up one bottle. It's not much. The packaging itself, the size itself was an innovation, not necessarily the drink inside. I'm not even going to the drink part, but I'm saying you can still make a breakthrough by changing one lever, one point. How many of you have heard about the red ocean versus blue ocean? What does it mean? There's a red ocean market and a blue ocean market. Yes, please, sir. Like the word says, red is blood everywhere. It's heavy competition, very difficult to enter. He entered the red ocean market and he created a blue ocean strategy for himself and created a niche of market. Now you see lot of these energy drinks which are there on the small aisles are of that size. It has created a new segment of market just by challenging the status quo and saying, I will still do an innovation in what is existing. So the two examples which I gave, one is this and about the paperclip. I want to summarize this part here and say, do not need to go out of the box and say, kal main bahut kuch ukhad lunga. Within your space, you will be able to find pockets of innovation. Go back, you need to be more mindful. Go back, you need to be challenging your mindset on how you look at a problem. You're with me? Yes? Okay. Let me give you another example here. Why am I talking about Dyson vacuum cleaner and I'm talking about prototype here? Have you heard of this Dyson company? The latest innovation that they have is a hair drying machine, which is a breakthrough, by the way. Just go a little research on it, you will find tons of things which they are doing in this. This design which they have is a breakthrough in the way people do the vacuum cleaning. What's the difference between this vacuum cleaner and any other big designs which are there in the market? Oh. Handy? Wireless? What else? Easy? Effective? Okay. How many prototypes do you think they did to land to making this design? Take a guess. How many times they would have done prototyping in their R&D labs to reach this design? 1, 2, 50, 100, 500, how many? 1,000 times? Anybody else? 5 times? 5,126 failed vacuum design prototypes. My question to you, ladies and gentlemen, when do you give up when you're experimenting with your innovative ideas? At what point in time you say, I'm done with this? Goes back to the first point, staying on the problem statement longer so that you are reaching a space. We give up, and your managers will give up, the system will give up, organization will give up. The point here is, if you want to try something, you need to experiment enough to fail before you reach somewhere. And here are a few basic principles of prototyping. Prototyping is something so very close. What are the other words for prototyping? You do this PDCA cycle. What else? What are the words you use in your industry? Miniature, yes, miniature. FIPEA. SWOT. What else? You make a model before you experiment with different types of paper, you experiment, and then before you launch a prototype. The fundamental principle here is it should be rough, because we get so attached to the design we make, we feel ये world में सबसे अच्छा है, यही सबसे बढ़िया चलेगा. Do not get attached emotionally to the design that you are making. And the principle there is, it should be rough enough for you to throw and not get emotionally attached. It should be solvable enough, faster enough for you to experiment and keep moving. It should be detached from you. Very, very difficult after you do 5th, 10th, 100th design. I'm saying 5,000 times if you're doing it, the chances are you are going to get attached to the prototype that you've made. Have you ever experienced that? Even if you're doing 5 times, you feel, oh, this is the best model, don't touch it, I want to live with it, this is the great model. How many times are you okay to throw it in the dustbin and start? The fundamental principle for innovation is you should be able to go closer to the design fast enough and rough enough. So what are you going to do when you go back at workplace tomorrow? What would you shift and learn something from here on prototyping? One thing that you can carry back with you. Listen to the boss. Good one. Thank you very much. What else? Sorry? Yeah, you will be thrown out of the company, okay? Maybe the boss is right sometimes, who is saying continue prototyping, you haven't reached that point, don't get emotional about it, continue to stay on the problem statement longer. Maybe the boss has the vision which maybe you do not have, and that's why sometimes listening to boss is not a bad idea. What else? Number of attempts. Build that resilience in you and say, I'm okay with the 50th failed design, 100th failed design. Connect this back to the clip example where the person started did not know where they are going to end or land in. Similarly, you need to be fungible enough to move. This is the mantra for prototyping. Build, fail, iterate, repeat. And the cycle goes on till such time you reach a model. Here is a simple design model which we talk about, which is ideation. How do you do? Rules of the business, what if, and you keep innovating, keep changing. These are simple ones which are available on Google. You just say design principles and you will be able to see models like this where you can continue to challenge each of your components. The next one is about Which idea sounds better? I have two statements here. Read them. I'll read it with you. It says, our boutique sells latest fashion clothes for all sizes, shapes, and at great price. That's statement number one. Statement number two is we make people look beautiful. Which one do you think resonates better or well with you? Message on the white. Why? All size, all shapes, not going well with you? That is the target. What else? Straight and clear. Feels good. Fashion, you don't like fashion. Okay. You like fashion. Okay. So you like this statement? You're saying you like the red one. You will go to this shop. There are the signage or advertisement for two boutiques, two different boutiques. One is saying this and the other one is saying this. That is how you see it. But this is written outside. This is their advertisement. There are two ads which are running. Ad 1 is boutique number 1, which has got this, and the boutique 2 is saying we make people look beautiful. Which shop will you go to? Great point. Sir says, white one sounds very expensive. I will think if I want to go there. Great idea. Yes, yes, please. It hurts. Okay. Okay. Sorry, 1 second, sir. जोर से बोलिए. जो ब्यूटीफुल नहीं है वो इसमें जाएगा. ओके. One second. Yes. It hits the right one. Yes, please. It's about you. It's about you. That's the message which I'm wanting to give. There is something called human-centric design principle. In this, the hero, the second one, which is the white one, the hero of the story is you. It is not about me, what I want to sell. I have clothes of all, say, size, shape, etc. Versus you are talking to me as a human and saying, I would like to make you look even more beautiful than what you are. Come to my shop. And what Goel sir added to this is saying, it sounds more oomph, it sounds more expensive, cool, etc. I will think twice before going there. It may be more expensive. So you have done a brand positioning for yourself in a very different way by having the second statement. Now, what shifted here between the two? The solution is not about the size, shape, or anything else. It was about human being the center of the problem statement. I'll repeat myself, and this is one principle for innovation, human being the center of the problem statement. It's not the paper that you're making, it is not the material, it is not the technology that you have, it is the human. What human problem are you solving? Everything around is the solution that you are building. By the way you are using this material, by the way you are doing something else to solve that problem for the human. Think about it on how you approach your work on a daily basis. It's very inhuman and saying that I am building this high-tech, new age polymer or some technology to solve a paper problem versus you going back and saying, I am solving a problem for a human being who goes to a shop. He wants to have a better shopping experience. He or she wants to have a better experience of carrying my bag. Or for Amazon, my opening of a package should be an experience. What do I do to create that experience for Amazon? So the moment you are shifting the problem from solution and saying human is the center for what I want to do, chances are your solutions will be sticking better and also will have a better solution which is catering to that human being. I'll take a pause, take your thoughts before I go further. Any thoughts here? Very important point if I were to go back on this slide. There is a climax happening here. What is the climax? I walk into a shop, I get something nice, and I come out beautiful. Okay? There is a story, and the climax looks very pretty, very beautiful. Right? Now, when you're dealing with humans, when you're doing innovation, what is your climax? How are you building your story? What is going on while you're solving a problem? How are you approaching that problem statement makes the entire supply chain of solution look very, very different. What is your climax of the innovation that you are wanting to build? Start writing down, start doing that prototype. I will challenge you that you will come up with a very different solution on solving a large human problem than thinking I will solve this technology problem. Yeah, so approach your problem statement from solving a human problem. Last one which I want to say is humans remember businesses that remember humans. Take a second to take this inside you. Humans remember businesses that remember humans. How human is your solution? Is human is the center for the innovation that you do. And while you think of this, very important point which I want to bring in here, and this is something which I keep bringing to Ippta all the time, is while humans are a center for your solution, who is your end customer? Is it a man or a woman or a child or who? It is a community. And community has who? A combination of all of these people? I and you. Totality, which means 50% of your customers are women. Yeah? And how many of you are innovators who are sitting in here in this room who are? Yes, please, sir. You saying something? Okay. So the point which I'm wanting to make is when you are looking at innovation, you need to bring in diverse ideas, diverse thoughts onto the table. And you need to replicate of how a customer looks like. A typical customer profile is 50% women. Are you catering to that market? If you are, it's high time you start looking at how your teams are composed, how many women are there on the table while you're designing your solutions. A very good important point for you to ponder and saying my solutions cannot be designed separately than women, keeping one section of the society away. I'll give you an example on this one. In the 1980s, there was a big box departmental store in America, which was like breakthrough. They're saying we will build these large departmental stores like your Walmart types. And they designed these stores keeping an average American male height because the people who were designing the store were all male. And who is the primary consumer of a departmental store? Who goes to a store? A housewife in the afternoon post lunch takes her 3-year-old son and goes to the departmental store. And the aisle size is made keeping the men in mind. It was a disaster of design. They had to revamp and bring all of those designs out and redo the whole thing only when they started looking at diversity of thought on the innovation table and saying, how do I look at a problem from an holistic lens? Have you seen the surf? I think it's the pink color one, Vanish and surf packaging. A lot of you don't wash clothes at home. I can see that clearly. So you will know. The packaging earlier was a blue box, very straight type of line of boxes. They shifted and made a very curvy pink color box. It's very attractive, and the primary consumer for detergent is who? They shifted the market and saying, I need to address that. What did they do to get to that point? They started having diversity of thought on the table while they were doing the innovation. So when we say human-centric, part of it is also creating space for diverse ideas. So it's a great time for us to start looking at bringing in different diverse perspectives to the table. Yes? I will stop here and I will give you a small story to close with. Are you ready or mind is full right now? Good? All right. And this is story something maybe you can carry with you for the rest of your innovation journey. It will remind you of little things that you could look at. Now, this is a very simple, small story about this Kaveri River, very close to Kaveri River. This is rainy season, so there are multiple frogs which are kind of breeding around that. All of you have seen everywhere, lot of frogs. And there were small baby frogs which were just kind of playing around the water body. And one of the baby frogs started going up on the pole, and it was slipping because it was a slippery pole. One frog started, and then another baby frog came, it started doing. Suddenly, it became a game for the baby frogs. And the parents were going around and they saw, hey, this looks very interesting, very smart, competitive exercise, game for our children. Let's have a Olympic sports for baby frogs to go on whoever goes on the top of the pole will win a medal. So a lot of these kids came and then they started going up and down when they were not able to do. 30 minutes passed. All the parents were around. Tali baja rahe, hamara bacha aage ja raha hai. And then 45 minutes happened. 10 baby frogs tired, dropped out. And then another 5 minutes, the parents who were there around started becoming very cynical and saying, ये तो नहीं होगा, ये लगता नहीं है possible है, ये ऐसे ही बेकार हम लोग time waste कर रहे हैं. They start becoming cynical and they start leaving. And then 1 hour passes, another set of frogs leave, parents are disgruntled, they leave, and at the end, there is one baby frog who manages to make it on top of the pole. He is the winner. Woohoo! Now, they say, देखो, possible है, हम लोग भी जीत सकते हैं. We will have a small ceremony, we have to give a medal and felicitate this baby frog who has managed to do it in spite of so much of difficulties. So they call the baby frog, felicitate, and they give him the mic and say, there were so many frogs who were giving up. You were the one who continued. आपने कैसे अपने आप को resilient रखा? There were so many parents who were saying ये तो ना हो पाएगा, नहीं चलेगा, नहीं चलेगा. You were the one who continued. What do you think that the baby frog said? उसको सुना, बोलता मेरे को कोई प्रेस कर रहा था या मेरे को सिनिकल हो रहा था, मुझे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ा. I was doing what I was meant to do. It didn't bother me. It didn't matter if I was going up or down. What mattered to me is listen to my own voice and do what I want to do. So you will have many roadblocks. You will have many challenges where it could be a manager, it could be the environment, it could be the things that you are playing with, which will continue to tell you that it's time you stop. This is not going to happen. Maybe you're not getting a breakthrough. The only thing that you can do is continue to challenge yourself and say, I am that baby frog who will continue to try and thrive till such time I get that Dyson prototype and say, I will have a breakthrough. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you. I'm open to questions and open to thoughts. Anybody who wants to just come up and talk about one thing that you're taking back with you? Was it too good, too bad? Can it be a natural trait or an acquirable trait? Great question. I will handle that. Sir was saying something. Go ahead, sir. Sorry, say it again, sir.
To get their small ideas to get success. We have to listen to the workers or the sub people to take their small ideas to get success,
Yes.
to motivate them.
So idea is never small or big. You've seen it could be a paperclip. It can come from anywhere. It can be done in any place. We need to break that myth that workplace only is the place for innovation. And if I'm a manager, I can innovate. If we break that, you will get ideas from the places you cannot imagine that you will get thoughts about. I'll take a few minutes to answer that question. It's a deeper question. I will answer that, sir.
Mine is not a question. कहते हैं कि वो हमारे काम आते हैं तो हम उनके काम आते हैं, वो स्पीच देते हैं तो हम तालियां बजाते हैं।
थैंक यू।
आपने बहुत से तालियां बजवाई हम लोगों से, बहुत अच्छी स्पीच थी। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
बहुत अच्छा लगा।
थैंक यू। Thank you. Any one or two things that you are taking back with you? As I said in the past, it's not that tomorrow everything will change. It's incremental, yes sir.
Yeah.
Incremental small changes, not exponential changes that you're looking for. I'll come to you, sir.
Problems by definition are supposed to be complicated. Solutions need not be.
Absolutely. Solutions can be absolutely simple. Yes, sir.
You stand alone.
You stand alone.
Because there are 300 men are there, but only one woman you're talking there, we are listening. That is
Okay, thank you so much. Really respect that.
मैडम, अब क्वेश्चन मेरी तरफ से, आपने जितने भी एग्जांपल दिए वो सब फॉरेन कंट्रीज के दिए, क्या हिंदुस्तान में कोई इनोवेशन ही नहीं होता?
गुड पॉइंट, एब्सोल्युटली। बहुत से एग्जांपल इसीलिए दिए हैं, द साइज एंड स्केल ऑफ इनोवेशन फॉर दीज आर अ बेंचमार्क इन द इंडस्ट्री. दैट इज व्हाई आई हैव पिक्ड अप. अदरवाइज आप देखिए लोकल इनोवेशन, I can give you 10 innovations which are there, right there. I will give you a list of those which are absolutely, हम जो बोलते हैं, there is a book called Jugaad. I don't know if you've seen. It is talking about homegrown innovation. To the extent they are saying आपको मटके के सामान से, मटका का जो मिट्टी होता है उससे लोगों ने फ्रिज बनाया राजस्थान में. It is as simple as it can get. So there is no dearth of examples. I talk to a lot of international audience. Perhaps this is my international pitch because people relate to that. But I'll keep that in mind, absolutely. Give me 1 minute, sir. So that's
Yes.
Yes.
The one thing I'll take away is the finding a place where you feel most excited and how to make the workplace the most excited place. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Even better. Yes. No, international also is as jugaad as it can get. If you look at Amazon, it started in a garage as scrappy as you can get. Okay? Apple started in a garage with no laptops. They had nothing. They were doing on loaner laptops. So anything that starts is scrappy. Okay? And it looks fancy because it's outside. We have tons. Infosys started at a garage with very, very scrappy things. Polaris started on a scooter. They sold their scooter to do the innovation. So it's not that their stories are beautiful and pretty and our stories are not. Absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely. I hear. Sure. Absolutely. Okay. ITC. ITC is a classic case where they've done phenomenal experiment with from the grains to the way they connect with the marketplace. That itself is an innovation. So just want to address this question because many of you would be on the same space. There is no dearth of examples of Indian innovation, and it is not that we just do scrappy innovation and it is just jugaad. That appears to be so because we know that part of the journey. How it converted and how it became big conglomerate, we do not know. So it's not, and all of these examples started from very, very basic, simple, humble starting. We don't talk about that. We talk about this beautiful picture, but this is important to keep in mind when we are talking about prototype or otherwise. Innovation starts with being scrappy, as scrappy as you go. And there is a principle that we say in Amazon, till we know better. That's the model that we have. Keep doing, keep changing till we know better. This is what it is available. So there is no end statement for innovation. Yes, there was somebody at the back. Yes.
The last.
We'll just
able to
take
hear?
that.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, please. Sir.
Yeah. The last slide of yours ended with humans. Are you constraining yourself only to humans?
Any problem in the world that you are wanting to solve has a human element. And I want you to go deeper and understand this on the challenges from your industry to my industry to anything. The core and common is human as a center. Everything else revolves around it. And when you look at human, I'm not talking only about being human, and that's why that's a constraint. You need to look at how the design principles apply when you have a human as a center of a solution. Your ability to solve problems will change because what you are wanting to solve is not a problem, but you are wanting to have solutions which are making changes in the mankind. So you are taking the problem statement to a higher level rather than solving one technology problem, etc. So human is not a constraint, human is an enabler who will become a center of every solution that you will look for. Yes, sir. 1 second, sir. He wants. Mantras of becoming a good administrator. Okay, I'll take few minutes to answer that question.
Ma'am, what I think, what people were talking about Jugaad. So how I see thing is, it is an opportunity for us where we can grab that opportunity and make it a success. So Jugaad is a result of an opportunity which we try to create in our customer or wherever place we go. So I think that opportunity we should grab first and then try to make some Jugaad and go to a successful story. So I think that is the apt answer for that.
So Jugaad is looked at from very cool space to very low market space. That's how we position Jugaad in two spaces, and both are the right things to do. The equivalent of Jugaad is scrappy solutions. That's how I see. When you have scrappy solutions, you can continue to build prototypes over it and bring method to madness. You can scale, you can do everything. Even if you were to go to an investor, if your design is half as good, if you have a scrappy solution, more chances that you will get your funding. So Jugaad is not a bad thing, it's a start of a journey. Yes. Sir, could you repeat your question? You had a question? Yourself, sir. Yes. Is innovation?
Is innovation a natural trait or an acquirable trait?
Okay.
Just like perhaps
leadership. Yes. Okay. I want to turn it around to all of you who are sitting here, who by chance landed into the role of where you are, or you chose to be in the space you are. There are two paths. I was doing my 12th and then I did some chemistry or some engineering, and then I found this job, I landed somewhere, and then I'm in the space of virtue of my path. And the second journey for many people could be, I want to innovate, I want to do something, and by design you've chosen to be there. Okay, in both the cases, do you think innovation is something which is, somebody has to do innovation, I have to learn innovation, I have to go for a class, some session, some methodology, I am not born creative, I cannot do it. What's your opinion? Are innovators born, or you can become innovator at any point in time? How many of you believe you are born, people have to be born innovators? It's a inherent skill. And the rest of the people believe
you will find some people doing innovations over a period of time. Like in good old days, like, Einstein, you can take the case of Einstein. There's so many scientists, there were so many scientists who were working on experiments, but he's the one who innovated the most. I think it's a very valid and pertinent question. I think in most cases it's an inherent skill than an acquired one. Like there are a lot of courses on leadership. There are born leadership. They'll become better leaders. The people can definitely acquire, through events like this. The leadership, they can attend sessions, but there are born leaders, and eventually you see they show leadership, right? No matter, irrespective of the role they are in, they will start showing at the beginning itself, at the primitive stage of their career, they'll start showing innovative, skill, or maybe the leadership skill. So to me, is like it's more of an be bettered by doing, these kind of, classes or maybe, sessions, but it's more
so
of a inherent. That's my
okay.
belief.
It has to be inherent, and then you can acquire.
Yeah,
Any other thought? Yes.
Innovation. I think that common link is ability to take risks. All these things involve some sort of a risk taking at some point, ability to take risks and stay the path. I mean, you
So
should.
the question here is, can I have an inherent ability to take risk?
Yes, I think that is an inherent ability. Not many people will be able to do that.
I'll give you example to break this into two pieces. One is, are you born innovator or can you acquire the skill? There are two parts to innovation. There is a skill and there is a will. Break it down, skill and a will. There is a step-by-step methodology for you to innovate, doing a prototype, going with a mindset to experiment, etc., etc., which is a skill. And the second part is the will. What is a will? What is a will?
Ability to take failures.
And there are, list goes on, okay, the will part. Now, if you look at a human brain, there are two parts, which is the left brain and the right brain. What is the role of a left brain and the right brain? What does the left brain do? Mind and heart, right? So there is the left brain which does the analytics, the data, the difficult decisions, mathematical reasoning, etc., which goes into the left brain. The right brain is the creative, the emotional, the non-reasoning part of the brain. The feel part is on the right side. Okay? Now, there are people who could be extremely left brain, there are people who are the right brain. Now, when you are looking at innovation, there is these two combination of these two things which need to come together for you to be able to sustain that journey. Okay? If I believe in an idea, I am a great risk taker, but I do not have the engineering part or the design part in my head, how do I innovate, I will fail, or vice versa. So, there are skills which can be acquired, but inherently you do need to have a certain mindset which is needed for an innovation. The degree of innovation may differ from one person to the other. All of us innovate in our own life. We have our own journeys of innovation, big or small. It's not necessarily that it's a saleable idea, but we do that. How much do you push that is on to you to up the bar or low the bar. Yes. I think we are almost on time. Sir did ask one question, which was how to become a good administrator. All of you have people management roles? Put your hands up if you are having teams. So I will just give one mantra. This has nothing to do with what we spoke. This is a very different question. And I will tell you this from my HR experience. There are three parts to a person: skill set, tool set, mindset. Skill set, tool set, mindset. I'll start with the tool set. I am going to a college and I'm hiring students, and I will pick up an engineering student for the job that person has to do. The college's job is to produce better engineers. So what will a college teach? If I'm picking up a mechanical engineer, they'll say, how do you run a lathe machine? How do you cut this? How do you do that? How do you fix machinery, etc. He has to do that for 4 years to develop the tool set. So when you go to the college, you will hire somebody who is top in the class, has done great internship, da da da. And then you will start looking at, and all of this is being equal, then you will start looking at a skill set. And what is a skill set? Skill set is something which enables me to deliver what I'm doing. It could be a communication skill. It could be my ability to present my ideas. It could be how I show up at workplace. It could be how I dress up. All of it is a combination. Okay, so you go to a college, you look at a person, you say great marks, he has done great internship, he's done something, which means tool set पे उसको बहुत सारे points मिल गए. Then you look at the skill set, you see बहुत अच्छे से बात कर रहा है, बड़ा presentable है, very good. So you give marks for skill set. And then you hire the person, the mindset, which is the critical part, वो time पे show up नहीं करता है. You cannot trust that person. He's sloppy with the way, his commitment to himself. Okay? Now, would you want to have that person in your team or not? No? He's the topper in the class. He speaks very well. It could be individual work. Sloppy, low commitment, not dependable, not trustworthy. So the point here is, when you are looking at your team as administrators, as people managers, what is most important is skill is teachable. Tool set is teachable, mindset is not teachable. That's the most difficult part, which is where you need to invest the most. You can change a person and say, go for this class, learn that. It's continuation to the innovation answer, where if you are able to see the mindset of the person, the rest of it is something which you can mold and change. So invest more on the mindsets of people, get the right people who have the right mindset and attitude. And the rest of things will fall in place. It's not so much about the skill. And on that note, we will stop here.
Thanks, Tanuja, for wonderful. My heart was slightly bleeding for not remembering what India has done. Sharma ji, you asked कि India ने क्या किया innovation. Today, in the month of August, we are likely to create a world record through ISRO. ISRO is a great thing that India has done. The first rocket was carried in a bullock cart. Remember, the first rocket was carried in a bullock cart, and today, God bless us, we are likely to land on moon. Second is, I think somebody said, is it all the human involved in innovation or somebody else innovation? I was reading Japanese bullet train, when it was designed, they had a problem. When it was entering a tunnel or coming out of a tunnel, boom, boom, boom sound. And the residents living around this tunnel were getting disturbed. So the task given was to cut down this sound. The scientists, people who were working, there I say the innovation necessarily doesn't start at workplace. He went to a holiday, and from his room, a lake was visible, and he found, I forget the name of the bird, with a beak. See the fish, the go deep inside without making a sound and catch the fish and come out. That's where you see in bullet train, the beak. That's where you see in all bullet train a beak which breaks the sound. These are one of the best example I can give. And other things she said, railway, those who live in Bombay, on a Marine Drive, when you turn to the Pedder Road, we have a tendency to cross in the last signal. Yellow, we try to ignore and at least take a turn. Otherwise, 5 minutes later, my turn will come. And lot of accident was taking place. So Bombay police did a signal there, green to yellow and turning towards pink. And they wrote a caption, which, because most of the men were involved in the accident, don't feel shy to look at me when I'm changing. So that was a caption given. With all this, Tanuja, has been a great learning. Many things you have said. You carry what you carry home. Let me tell you a secret from me. I learned for solving many problems, the conference related to Ippta I was trying to do alone. My wife is here. I promise I'll consider women be a part of the problem solving. And that's true that we need to involve them more to solve problems at workplace. With these words, thanks indeed for the time taken out. She was busy in a conference in Bangalore and she said, I'll take out time. I'll try to see that my manager Liz also comes and it finally you managed it. With these words, Ganeshji, please come over for a small memento to Tanuja. Please. It's hard for you to carry, but here this one is actually a paper making. Please, I'll join you. Please put it in your somewhere in your drawing room to remember how the first paper was made. Okay. And there is a history written at the back of it. Okay. So thank you very much. I just want to. Okay, I said thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. They wanted to share with you. We just got a message from P. of Maharaja. He's on way to our auditorium. Expected time given precisely is 2:35. We break for lunch, come back for our concluding session, and then by the time we have our own concluding session, some awards and other things, he'll be here. So please come back in great numbers to to facilitate Maharaja here. Thank you very much. Hello, very good afternoon. Kindly come the back, those people who are in the back can come forward. We start the concluding session and I'll request our program chairman, Professor Mache, to please come on the dais and Mr. Ganesh Bhatti, please come on the dais. We are taking a little reverse route. So I'd first like to acknowledge the contribution by various individuals and would like to present them a memento. I'll request both of you to please stand in front and give away the memento. Amit Paper Consultant, somebody is here. Amit Paper, Andris Technology, anybody is here? Anmol Polymer, anybody is here? Please come forward, Sharma ji. BTG Group, anybody is here? Banknote, somebody there? Banknote Paper, please come. Please, Banknote, please come over. Globe Radio, somebody is here. You're from Banknote, please. Yeah. Anybody else? You are from Banknote also? BTG? Yeah. BTG, please come over. Globe Radio, anybody is here? Globe Radio. Jay Aravali Industry. Jay Aravali, are you here? JMC, JMC. JMC team, big team was here. Okay. Lathia Sanjeev Bhai, are you here? Bombay flight is a bit early. Paper packaging. Paper packaging. Okay. Parasan. Parasan, please come. Madhure, please come, please come. Shalima Bhai, Ravi and his team, please come. Ravi, please come. Soman, Sri Dinesh, please come over. Or Aditya Bhai, are you here? Okay. Tamil Nadu Newsprint. Tamil Nadu Newsprint, somebody is here. Zenith Rubber Roller. Zenith Rubber Roller, please come. Sri Dinesh is coming. Zenith Rubber Roller. Zenith Rubber Roller, please. Shreyans Industry, I think that is left. South, Shreyans, you're there, please come. Please come. South India Paper, Manish Bhai and company, anybody is here? Okay. Then we had students singing Saraswati Vandana, Ipshita, Shelley, I need those names. Four girls who have sung Saraswati Vandana, one of the sweetest Saraswati Vandana that Purnima ma'am? So, Purnima ma'am, those girls are here? Not yet. So we will make, are they there or? So we will make it offline for the girls and volunteers. Your one is here. Preeti, Nithya, Madhurya, Mandeep, Varsha, Anupma. Please come. Excellent. Pooja, Shrikala, Sachin, and Subhash. You are here. Please come forward, please. These are the handicrafts from Saharanpur. Saharanpur is known for woodwork, and these are the handicrafts from Saharanpur. Then please give to young girls a bigger round of applause. These are the brass work from South. Okay, we have Ippta staff, Vikas, Savita, Mr. Gupta, and Shali. Please come over. Give the jobs of handing over the prize to somebody. Please come over. Please come over. Because these are the people who have been working behind the scene to make this program happen. आइए Mr. Gupta. Please, Savita, please come forward. Shelly, anybody, any of you can come. Bring one for you. Please, Savita, please come. I don't know how to start and recognize the great work done by the CFTRI team. Huge list of doctors and scientists. I would only like to communicate the entire CFTRI a big vote of thanks through Dr. Mache, who is here, and like to invite Purnima ma'am, who has been the anchor. Please come. Please come over. Please. Please come. Okay, we are moving ahead because
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With immense joy, I announce the arrival of His Highness, the Maharaja of Mysore, Sri Yaduvira Krishnadatta Chamaraja Odayar. With profound honor and respect, we extend a warm and a heartfelt welcome to you, sir. Your esteemed presence graces this program with great significance. May I now request Sri R.S. Mache, Chief Scientist, CSIR CFTRI, Mr. Ganesh Bhatti, President Ippta, and Mr. M.K. Goyal, Secretary Ippta, to kindly accompany Your Highness to the dais, please. Once again, on behalf of CSIR CFTRI and Indian Pulp and Paper Technological Association, Ippta, yes, please be seated, and everyone gathered here, a hearty welcome to you, sir. ಒಡೆಯರ್ ರಾಜವಂಶ ಕರುನಾಡ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಆಹ್ವಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಒಪ್ಪಿ ನೀವು ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗಿರುವುದು ಒಂದು ಅಪರೂಪದ ಸಂಭ್ರಮದ ಕ್ಷಣ. ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹಾಗೂ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಆಯೋಜಕರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಒಲ್ಮೆಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. May I now invite Sri R.S. Mache, Chief Scientist, to formally welcome His Highness Sri Yaduvira Krishnadatta Chamaraja Odayar.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. His Highness Sri Yaduvira Krishnadatta Chamaraj Odayar ಅವರೇ, if you look at, you are here because of the Vadiyas. The institute is here with the vision and magnanimity of the royal family of Vadiyas of Mysore, that 73 years back, with the vision and magnanimity, this particular palace and the whole area is given to CFTRI for starting the Food Institute. Now, the best part, the same magnanimity and same sort of a things continues to this generation also. Sir was supposed to come yesterday and he was very busy and very important meeting in Bangalore. Today morning, he has a very, very important meeting in spite of that, because he said that he's going to be here and he has come. See, so much in depth. We're so feeling so proud that we are seeing the royal family and all of you are experiencing that royal touch and that sort of a greatness, which is now you can see in the whole hall. So with this, sir, I formally welcome from CFTRI, and there's from this association, there is a different way of welcoming. Generally, there are tree plantation done on, and that plank is given to His Highness. Now I request President of the Ippta, Ganesh ji, to present the plank, and I ask Purnima to just brief about the whole plantation.
This flag comes with planting of thickest of 5 trees. The plate comes with the planting of thickest of 5 trees for Sacred Grove, Tamil Nadu, from the Grow Trees Initiative. Given His Highness commitment to the environmental conservation, we believe he will graciously appreciate the tree planting plate. Thank you, sir. Now, with a great sense of pride and pleasure, I would like to introduce His Highness Sri Yaduvira Krishnadatta Chamaraja Odayar to this esteemed gathering. Sri Yaduvira Krishnadatta Chamaraja Vodayar is the 27th custodian of the erstwhile royal family of the Kingdom of Mysuru. Sri Yaduvira Krishnadatta Chamaraja Vodayar was formally adopted by Her Highness Maharani Dr. Pramoda Devi Odayar, wife of late His Highness Srikanta Datta Narasimharaja Odayar, at the Mysore Palace on 23rd February 2015. His primary education began at the Vidya Niketan School, Bengaluru. He then graduated with BA degree at the University of Massachusetts, USA, with a major in English and economics. In modern times, with the shift in the political landscape and in the moving of the administration, the Palace Mysuru has focused its effort to be a center for heritage of the Deccan and continues to stress always the importance of history, culture, and tradition of the state. The traditions and the practices of the Palace Mysuru are unbroken for over 400 years after inheriting the same from the Vijayanagara Empire, whose legacy is embodied within that of the Odayars of Mysuru. The Palace Mysuru has always strived to highlight these traditions as a part of the vibrancy of a state and the view of the current custodian that the rituals, culture, and the heritage of palace should remain of paramount importance. Alongside the continuation of the Mysuru tradition, Sri Yaduvira Krishnadatta Chamaraja Vodayar has also aligned with causes to promote wildlife conservation, environmental protection, and access to education. Sri Yaduvira Krishnadatta Chamaraja Vodayar is married to Trishika Kumari Odayar, who hails from Dungarpur royal family in Rajasthan and have a son, Adyavira Narasimha Raja Odayar. Sri Yaduvira Krishnadatta Chamaraja Odayar also holds the following responsibilities: President and Trustee, Sri Chamaraja Jayachamaraja Aras Education Trust, Mysuru, Chairman, Bherunda Foundation, Vice Chairman, Cyberverse Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is undoubtedly the most significant moment we have all been eagerly waiting for, to listen to the esteemed words of His Highness Sri Yaduvira Krishnadatta Chamaraja Vodayar. With great admiration, may I request you, sir, to kindly share your thoughts with us. Please.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here today. Shri R.S. Mache, Mr. Ganesh Bharti, Mr. M.K. Goyal, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, our CFTRI fraternity, members of the media. I must, at the very outset, extend my apologies for the inconvenience caused yesterday. I was supposed to be here, of course, for your inauguration, but unfortunately in Bangalore, I had a meeting which was unavoidable related to one of the foundations I had, and hence had to delay. But I'm honored that you would extend an invite to me to continue to participate at the valedictory function. And I must thank you for arranging that and allowing me to come once again to the lovely premises of CFTRI here in Mysore. I'm sure many of you may already know, but it is my duty to reiterate why CFTRI was initiated. Of course, this mansion happened to be the home of the Princess Chelvamba, or Chelvajamanni Avaru as she was known. She was the sister of Krishna Jodhiyar IV, Nalvadi Krishna Jodhiyar, who was, I suppose, famously known as the golden era of Mysore. And after her passing away and having no heirs, this property reverted back to the palace. And in the years after the Second World War and independence, the need for food security in India and ensuring that there was an institution that provided technology to assist so that there is continuous good food and always food security in our country. CFTRI was initiated out of a discussion between the then Governor General, Sri C. Rajagopalachari, and my grandfather, His Highness Jayachamrajendra Wadir. And the property was formally then handed over, and later on, of course, the then Prime Minister, Sri Jawaharlal Nehru, received the property on behalf of the nation. And ever since then, I think many thanks is owed to all of the directors, scientists, and all of the staff here at CFTRI for continuing this endeavor of ensuring that India has the food security she has today, as well as continuing to advance technological prowess so that we have good, not just food security, but good food nutrition as well. And coming to today's seminar, especially on banning or moving towards alternatives of single-use plastic and plastic in general, it is indeed an honor that the seed that was sown so many years ago is continuing to help aid towards solving problems that are relevant today and aiding in benefiting society as a whole today as well. So my many congratulations to Ippta on conducting this seminar here. I'm sure the many discussions and talks that have happened over the course of the last day or so have indeed helped towards creating solutions towards a cleaner and a much more environmentally friendly India. So a matter of pride for me to be here, and once again, thank you for giving me this honor. As many of you are well aware, we need not travel. I was traveling from Bangalore to Mysore today. Everywhere we go, it is no sort of surprise to anyone. We have a huge issue with trash, and especially in the disposal of trash. On each side of the highway, there is trash pile up everywhere we go, especially if you go to the smaller rural towns, the smaller highways. And this continued use, especially, is made more acute because of the use of plastic. The plastic, as you are well aware, is percolating into microplastics, coming into the soil, and then into our rivers, from which, of course, we draw water once again, and that furthermore filters it, finds its way into the oceans. All of this pollution has resulted in a next sort of problem wherein nutritionally, when we look at food, there is many issues coming from the microplastics. Alongside that, our riverine ecosystems and our marine ecosystems as well, something that has been very dear to me, being sort of a wildlife enthusiast, is being very adversely affected as well because of these plastics. So it is very much an issue not just for our own health and our own livelihood, but as planetary stewards as well, to look into finding means towards eliminating the use of plastic, or at least reducing it, so that the burden on the environment is reduced at all costs. So I'm sure that the conference here and the seminar has resulted in many such solutions coming forward, and I hope the implementation of such will benefit all of us, especially those who don't have a voice, especially in the wildlife sector. So again, I'm once again truly honored to be here amongst all of you. CFTRI is always a window into the past of how Mysore once was. We do not get much of that in the city of Mysore, with the sort of decay of our heritage and many other aspects of the city looking to need another revitalizing fact. CFTRI stands as a model to what we can achieve, where modern means are still percolated, but at the same time, heritage and its value is given its due honor. So I once again thank you for allowing me to be part of that heritage, and we are always at the palace extremely proud of CFTRI and all it has accomplished, and we hope that in the many years coming forward, especially with the 75 years Platinum Jubilee, and then as India touches 100 years of independence, so will CFTRI shortly thereafter achieve its centenary. So we hope that CFTRI blossoms further into a great institution as it already is, and help this country towards achieving now not just food security, but overall good nutrition and great health for our country. So thank you once again, and thank you to Ippta as well for extending this wonderful invitation to me. I hope that the solutions and the many talks that you've had here helps us better our environment and makes a much cleaner country going forward, especially for the coming generations. Thank you all, and once again, my best wishes to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words and appreciation for the fraternity of CFTRI and Ippta. We are indeed very proud to be a part of the vision and heritage that the Odeas family had for the greener and sustainable future. Thank you so much. It's with deep appreciation that we now proceed to felicitate Sri Yaduvira Krishnadatta Chamaraja Odear, expressing our heartfelt gratitude for the honor of his distinguished presence and princely demeanor and inspiring words. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly do the honor. Yes, yes. May I now request Mr. M.K. Goyal to present the vote of thanks.
Okay. With the permission of His Highness, with the permission of His Highness, I would like to give you a little background of the seminar that we had. Some about 8 months back, when we got in touch with CFTRI, we decided to hold a seminar here. That was the time we started working, and when the seminar was announced, many people from paper industry asked us, why are you holding conference in Mysore? Because we normally hold conference in a paper mill hub where there is already 100, 125 people are available, 100, 125 join, 250, 300, 350. So this was a question, very hard to answer, that CFTRI and Ippta can do something together. We started working, and I'm very glad to tell that the question, why in Mysore, has changed. Why not in Mysore? Because we have 375 delegates, out of that 325 outside Karnataka, and we had to stop registration for want of not going beyond 110% of infrastructure. So this is the background. The papers were presented from industry, IITs, research organization, and also from CFTRI. And there were 23 papers that we received, but with the time available in hand, we came forward with 15 papers here. And I would like request you to please encourage the people whose paper, we had a jury of 2 very senior scientists and those who have been very high position to judge the paper on the basis of content, clarity, presentation, and I'm here to request you to kindly come forward. I'll call out the names to request you. Can you arrange a little music for the, yeah, okay. So we have second runner-up paper, Sustainable Hydrophobic Coating on Paper and Base on Natural Rubber, Latex and Butyl by Mr. Ram Kumar Deshmukh from ITC Roorkee. Please come from IIT Roorkee. Okay. You please stay back on that side. Excuse me, please stay back that side. Then we have, it was such a very, very closely rather judged paper, or they were so high. There is a, second runner-up, same, second runner-up, enhancing paper barrier properties for sustainable plastic alternative by Mr. Pitipong and Akapran from Thailand. Please come. You have two co-authors. Please come forward to see. Please come. The first runner-up goes to aptness of paper for replacing single-use plastic in food packaging by Mr. N. Hariharan of TNPL. Please come over from Tamil Nadu Newsprint. So there are co-authors will have the privilege of having a picture with Maharaja. Please come. Any guess for Best Paper Award? Hard, very hard. A surprise paper. Lot of prizes have gone to technology supplier, technology, those who bring it, and this one goes to sustainable barrier for packaging opportunities and challenges to Mr. Cyril. Please come. The first prize goes to him. He's from There are colleagues, you want to come, please run and come. It's a lifetime opportunity. We never know when we come back. Jyotsna. Please come for a photograph well. Okay. Now, yeah, I'll now request you, the first authors, to stay here for a group photograph. Please come. One from each, 3 to 4 papers, come for us. Okay, I have a privilege of presenting a vote of thanks to His Highness. I'm the person who gets lost in memory and some memories which are very good. 3-4 months back when we discussed with Madam Annapurna Devi, Dr. Mache, it was a very happy moment for me when they said that we would be very happy to invite His Highness. Let's see, let's pray that he has a time to come. Then it's all the time machine moved. He had a lot of engagement. Dr. Mache called me one day that you come here on 3rd July. We have a 1 week, 1 lab program. And that's the time His Highness would be there. You come, meet him, and invite him. I remember I was sitting somewhere there. When he finished the inauguration and was climbing down, I got to him. Why I am narrating this point particularly, which does my art, I just said, sir, we are having third from Ippta. He did not ask many questions. He said, his staff, please note it down, and I am coming as a 3rd August as a chief guest. So this is the benevolence that you showed, but life doesn't move as smoothly as you think. We advertised, we told the word, paper mill was very happy that you are here, and in fact, a lot of registration came because you are here. That's also a fact. But sometimes, I don't know, I had a somewhat a premonition. Will it go through? Because I am born with a little bad luck sometimes and good luck at the end. So it happens so that will it go through? Will it not go through? Something may happen on what? Second, when I was sitting with Dr. Machi at 11:15, he said, His Highness is coming and let's meet at 12:15. I was not sure what's going to happen. So we all gathered. He came and he said, my apologies. I'm going to Bangalore. I'll not be able to make. I took a very long shot to tell, sir, can you join on the closing session? I'll be honest to you, to tell the real truth of a story. All this gift, flower, bouquet, everything we carried to complete all the inaugural session there. If you cannot come, what can you do? Then I asked him, will you be able to make it on 4th? He said yes. Then I said, with 4th, your permission, we'll do it on 4th. Now, go back in the history of Ippta. Last 60 years, 3 conferences, 180 conferences, and at least 30, 40 conferences, the chief guest would not be able to turn up for one or other reason. I am not making a comparison, but I am surely making a point. In how many cases the chief guest, as the stature of His Highness, drove down to tell to the organizer that this is his problem. Sir, I don't know. We only know we have seen it in you, this human angle, the courtesy, the feel for others, and I'm sure this is a rich tradition of Vadiyar family, and you are the carry forwarder of the same rich family of the Raj family. So my thanks to you. Please give a stand up and give a standing ovation. Sir, with these words, thank you, sir, for being with us, and we'll look forward to having you sometime again amongst us. I didn't touch this point, but since His Highness has brought it over, I would like to touch it. Mysore paper mill was initiated by his great-grandfather, 1939. Unfortunately, it is in the hands of government. But His Highness has said that he will see what best he can do to revive the mill. So thank you very much, sir.
Before we leave, we have to play the national anthem. I kindly request Each one of you to please raise for the national anthem before His Highness leaves.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
ಡ್ರೋನಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು. I request everyone to be please seated, otherwise many of you wouldn't be visible. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫುಲ್ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಹಿಂಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಟಿಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಮೂರ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಸ್ಟಿಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಚೇತನ್, ನನ್ನ ಫೋಟೋ ನೀವು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ವಾ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಚಾ